is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
Big crowd expected here tonight as another good weather day is upon us here in Cincinnati. Reds trying to come back from an offensive barrage by the Cubs last night. Tonight, middle game of the series, Reds and the Cubs here on Fox Sports Ohio. And hi, good evening, everyone. Along with Chris Welsh and Jim Day, I'm Jim Couch, and welcome on this Bowtie Tuesday to Reds baseball. Well, the Cubs did pound out 17 hits last night, but Chris, clearly the man of the hour was their third baseman, Chris Bryant.
No question about that. And Chris Bryant hit 3 home runs last night. If you measure by the number of feet they went, he may be easier to do it by miles. They were long, long shots. 5 for 5 last night with a couple of doubles, 3 home runs, 6 runs batted in. Career highs for Chris Bryant. Very talented young player, no doubt. Reds are going to have to figure out how they're going to pitch him because those four-seam fastballs down the middle of the plate, chest high, they're just not working.
Well, Bryant will be in the lineup tonight for the Cubs, and he will face Reds left-hander John Lamb. Lamb had a couple of good starts about 3 starts ago, but lately things haven't been going overly well for him.
He's regressed a little bit, and really the main reason why is he's not been able to get that leadoff hitter out. Every time he turns around, he's pitching out of the stretch position. His peripheral numbers don't look all that bad. He hasn't given up that many home runs. He doesn't walk that many. He seems to be in ball games, but he's just unable to get the hitters to put him away when he has to. So maybe tonight he'll be able to figure out a way to get this very hot-hitting Cubs lineup to eat out of the palm of his hand.
Now his mound opponent tonight, a veteran left-hander John Lester, who may be having the season of his career.
I know that he's a favorite of fantasy baseball players because this guy is one of the best pitchers out there right now. Earned run average right around 2. He's 5-0. He's had 10 games this year in which he has allowed 1 run or less. So he's just a Mr. Consistent pitcher. And what he does is this. He does not give in. He doesn't just throw a ball down the middle of the plate because he gets frustrated. He's always picking away at the corners, down around the knees, and that's where the Reds are going to have to look for the baseball tonight.
Now one of the batters he will have to face is Joey Votto, Reds first baseman. He had a pretty big night last night.
Well, he did. I mean, you can't hit a couple of home runs in a ball game and not get mentioned the next day on the open, right? Well, he did hit a couple of home runs and long ones, too. Joey Votto is really rounding into form. He looks way different now than earlier in the year. He's more aggressive. He's not turning his front side open trying to pull the baseball, but he's getting the bat through the zone a lot better now than before, and he's a force to be reckoned with, no doubt, right there batting in the number 2 spot.
All right, well, maybe Bowtie Tuesday will be good luck for the Reds tonight. A couple of left-handers, John Lamb for the Reds and John Lester for the Cubs. We'll take a break. When we come back, how about running to victory? Reds may be able to do a lot of that tonight against the lefty Lester.
Hey there, John Lamb's on the mound tonight, and we are going to have perfect weather for the ball game. Temperatures will start off around 80 degrees. We'll be around 74 by the 7th inning. Lower 70s by the end of the game. Partly cloudy skies. Give it to me right here. Let's go Reds.
All right, nice catch. I'm Jim Day on the field. John Lester goes to the hill tonight for Chicago. And if you've been following along, he has the classic case of what you call the yips, throwing over to first base or even second base. Not too kind to John Lester. And in return, teams run on him big time, including the Reds. They faced Lester in 6 starts against the Cubs, and they have 9 stolen bases in those starts, 6 by Billy Hamilton. Made even better by the fact, when you look at Hamilton's numbers against Lester in his career, Billy 5 for 7 in his career versus Lester with a double and a home run. Billy in the lineup tonight, so perhaps he will continue that stretch and continue to steal bases on Lester. Will there be fireworks tonight? A lot of runs scored last night. We'll find out together as the Cubs and the Reds tangle for a little Central Division rivalry baseball. Jim Kelch, Chris Welsh are standing by for the call.
Brought to you by Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good? It's Skyline time. John Lamb leading the Redlegs onto the field here tonight on this Tuesday, June the 28th. Reds playing their 78th game of the year. Lamb seeing the Cubs for the first time this year. There, of course, is the free-spirited Joe Madden, one of the more free-spirited skippers in the big leagues. His second year as a manager of the Cubs. He tries to take them back to the playoffs for the second consecutive time. And here's the lineup that he puts out there for the second game of this 3-game get-together. Zobrist, Hayward, and Bryant. Oh boy, did Bryant have a big night here last night. Rizzo, Contreras, and Baez. Baez playing shortstop. Matt Caesar is in center field tonight. David Ross does the catching as usual for John Lester. And again on the mound for the Reds, it's the young left-hander, 25-year-old John Lamb.
Well, he's 25 years old, John Lamb is. He's coming off a start against the San Diego Padres his last time out. 5 1/3 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs. He walked 3 and struck out 4. Not a great outing. He started the month off in very good fashion. Back-to-back real good starts. He's regressed a little bit since then. So, John, about time to get it back together here.
He gets Ben Zobrist to get this game started. Game time temperature here at Great American Ballpark, 80 degrees. Reds have only defeated this Cubs team one time this year in 8 tries. And that was here at Great American Ballpark. They try to get even in this series tonight. Zobrist hits this 0-1 pitch high and deep down the left field line, but foul, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Zobrist at .295 with 9 home runs, 41 runs batted in, 1 hit, 6 at bats last night. That was a double. He has not had a good month of June, although, as we mentioned last night, he is the leading vote getter for second baseman on the National League side. Chris talked a lot last night about the fact that it's really a popularity contest. Be that as it may, going into this recent round of voting, Rizzo, Zobrist, Russell, Bryant, Fowler all lead their respective positions for all-star voting. Hit hard and deep and gone. A leadoff home run by Ben Zobrist. It's the 4th time this year it's happened against the Reds. Just like that, the Cubs, who had 5 of them here last night, get on the board with the first batter of this game with a long ball.
Well, that's got to be very disappointing to John Lamb. I mean, he had him 0-2. And you've got to have a better game plan than that. When you get ahead of the leadoff hitter 0-2, I mean, we're not even into the strength of the Cubs lineup yet. And you throw him a high fastball across the letters, and you let Zobrist take you deep to start the game off. He's got to be asking himself, why did I do that? Because everybody else in the stadium is asking the same thing.
10th home run of the year for Zobrist, who did have some big home run years back in his late 20s when he was with Tampa Bay. One of those Rays teams also managed by Joe Madden. Hayward gets ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Starts the game at 237, 4 home runs, driven in 26. He was one of 5 Cubs that had a multi-hit game last night. He was 2 out of 5. Pair of singles, scored twice. Cubs start the day 10 games ahead of St. Louis, 13 games ahead of Pittsburgh in the National League Central. Their 49th win tied them with the Giants for the most wins in the National League, and that's a little bit better for Lamb. He comes back and strikes out Hayward for the first out of the game.
And he comes back and gets the left-handed hitting, and Hayward, and he got behind 2-0 to him. He just went right back to fastballs, but you can see where they're located, down in the zone rather than up around the letters. John Lambert, plenty good enough stuff for the win in the major leagues.
How about all the blue we're seeing here at this ballpark last night and again tonight?
Well, you got to hand it to Cubs fans. They travel well. They're not afraid to wear the Cubs gear, and they're very vocal. And they've had a lot to cheer about this year. And really last night when we talked about all the personal heroics of Chris Bryant, some of the other Cubs players, but the bottom line is that win for the Cubs was a very important win for them. They're right in the middle of a road trip that is a tough road trip. They went through Miami, didn't do all that great down there. They come through Cincinnati for 3, then they finished in New York. So they're looking to fatten up a little bit here while they're in the Queen City.
Sawed him off, and Cozart will throw Bryant out. That's the first time they've been able to retire him in this series after Bryant went 5 for 5 last night.
Let's hope that was the 3-run home run bat.
Take a look at the Reds defensively, brought to you by your Ford dealers. They line up with Duvall, Hamilton, and Bruce across the outfield. Suarez, Cozart, Phillips, and Votto the infield. The battery of John Lamb and Ramon Cabrera. This marks the 7th consecutive start for Lamb in which Cabrera has been with him behind the plate. So home run Zobrist to left. Haywood strikes out. Bryant grounds out. Here's Anthony Rizzo. He was in on the home run fun last night from a Chicago's perspective. 2 out of 3 with a home run in the 8th inning. His 18th came as the back end of back-to-back home runs with Bryant. Marking, and it's hard to believe, only the 3rd time that Reds opponents have gone back-to-back this year. Colorado did it. Washington did it. Now the Cubs do it last night, and I say unbelievably because the Reds have given up 130 now home runs this year. That's the most in the major leagues. There's that changeup that we've become accustomed to seeing from Lamb, his most effective pitch.
Not only the changeup, but back-to-back changeups. He went 2-0 to Rizzo, and he threw a changeup for a strike, and then he comes right back with it again. Do you dare a 3rd time? No, you're blown away with a fastball.
2 strikeouts in the inning. 3 batters in a row retired by Lamb after the Zobrist home run got things started. The 32-year-old left-hander John Lester in his 2nd year as a member of the Chicago Cubs. He'll pitch for the lead as he goes to the mound, and here's the lineup that he will face. Presented by Brian Price tonight. Cozart, Votto, and Phillips. Bruce, Duvall, and Suarez. Hamilton with Cabrera catching tonight. John Lamb pitching for the Reds and batting 9th. John Lester takes the mound for the 3rd time against the Reds since he's been a member of the Cubs.
Well, right now he's 2-0 against the Reds in his career with a 3.3 earned run average. He's been very, very good for the Cubs. A dependable left-hander that has given them just quality start after quality start. In fact, he started 15 games overall this year, and 13 of those are quality starts. So he takes them deep into a game without giving up very many runs most of the time.
He gets Cozart, Votto, Phillips here in the bottom of the 1st. Zach at 268 with 11 long ones. He's driven in 31. Hitless here last night, 0 for 4. So he comes into this game 1 for his last 18.
You know, when you watch Lester pitch, watch where the pitch locations are. When he's on his game, he is right down there on the knees just about every pitch. And he's on the corners, and he'd much rather throw a pitch like that you just saw off the corner a ball rather than groove one right down the middle. He's just a very stubborn guy about picking away at the corners. And what he'll throw as far as his repertoire is a fastball, cutter, curveball, and an occasional changeup. And that's what you just saw right there to Kozar, that changeup that missed outside.
It's a strike in there, and so Kozar will get a look now at a 3-2 pitch as the leadoff man for the Reds here in the bottom of the first. And he got him on strike. Take a look at the Cubs defensive setup, brought to you by your Ford dealers. In the outfield tonight, Wilson Contreras making a second straight start out there. Matt Caesar in center field with Hayward, who started in center last night, moving to right. Bryant, Baez, Zobrist, and Rizzo the infield. Lester and Ross the battery. Baez getting the start at shortstop tonight. Addison Russell out of the lineup. Here's the Reds' #2 hitter, Joey Votto. Little check swing, soft liner to third. Votto is retired. So 2 quick outs. The batter will be the birthday boy, Brandon Phillips. Walks to the plate as he celebrates birthday number 35 today. He's actually done, there are his season numbers, 253. Our stat man, Joe Luckett, a little research tells us that Phillips is hitting .333 with 2 home runs on his birthday in his career. That's some sort of research right there. Fouls that one. Looked like it may have caught him in the ankle or foot area. He's down 2 strikes. And that left high ankle or shin area.
That's what that low inside cutter will do to you. Got him right on the back of the calf there, or the inside of the shin. That's a birthday bruise.
Those are the kind of things I would guess that make you dizzy. It hurts so bad.
It probably does. And the other thing about it is if Lester really wanted to be neat about it, he'd throw the same pitch again and again, and it's at bat. After all, he's got no balls and 2 strikes, and he's got a few with which to work.
If you were out there, what would you do?
Probably.
Yeah, you'd do it. All about getting the outs, isn't it?
Inflicting pain.
So if you can do both together, even better. That one cued by Brandon past first base.
Now what the hitter will do to combat that, I mean, when you hit a ball off your front foot, you're normally out in front of it a little bit. You don't see Joey Votto hit too many off his feet. He stays back on the ball as well as anybody. So what Brandon is thinking about right now is that pain in his left shin. He's thinking, stay back, stay back, stay back.
Brandon has had a decent amount of success against Lester. He's 6 out of 18 career-wise. And he gets a solid single into center field and sort of limps down to first base. He is on with a 2-out single into center.
Well, I can tell you one thing about Brandon Phillips. It is going to take more than a shin burger to get him out of the game. This guy plays hurt and banged up as much as any Reds player I have seen in a decade. I mean, this guy just answers the bell time after time. He doesn't want to rub that leg, but you know it's hurting him. And he battles for a base hit.
So he represents the tying run with 2 out here in the bottom of the first for Jay Bruce. comes in hitting .278 with 17 home runs. He's driven in 59, and talked about the fact that this year has been a very good year for Bruce against left-handers. .293 for Bruce against southpaws this season. Yesterday a hit, 1 for 5 for Jay with a run batted in. That was a single in the third that tied the game last night at 3-3. Not so much success against this particular left-hander. You saw the graphic, 3 out of 17. John Lester, a couple of starts against the Reds this year. One up in Chicago on the 11th of April. Cubs won that game 5-3, allowed 3 runs in 6 innings, and then one here in Cincinnati on the 22nd of April. Cubs won that one 8-1. He allowed just 1 run to the Reds in a 7-inning outing. Lester, 32 years old, out of Tacoma, Washington. Former draftee by the Boston Red Sox, where he spent 9 years. Won a couple of World Series titles with them, one in 07. Another one in 2013. Rizzo handles it. Bruce is gone, and so are the Reds here at the bottom of the first.
Fox Sports Ohio. I'm Jim Day, and we would like to thank everyone that donated last night during the Reds Community Fund Telethon game here on Fox Sports Ohio. And good news, a couple of items of good news. One, we raised over $100,000 last night, all going to the Reds Community Fund, all giving back to the youth in the greater Cincinnati area. But those gift packages, if you weren't able to tune in last night, they're still available through July 17th. They're going to be available, and you go on to reds.com/telethon to get those. And I got to tell you, there's some good stuff in there, and it's a win-win. Like we said last night, we give some stuff to you, you give back to the community, and once again, thank you to all involved. It was a good night.
So you've got about 3 weeks or so if you still want to be involved in that. So we won't know the final figure of money raised until the middle or so of July. Good night last night. Good job by Jim. Good job by George Grand. You, Chris. We had Karen Forgas up here talking with us about any number of different things regarding the Reds Community Fund. And those volunteers who manned the phones at the call center last night.
Well, it's a good thing not to just forget about it and file it away as a one-night event when you can continue to help out and you can continue to make contributions all year long.
Wilson Contreras sees the John Lamb changeup for the first time and is sent packing. Strikeout number 3 for John Lamb.
The bigger the swing, the more aggressive the hitter, the better and bigger that they fall for a good changeup. And John Lamb's got a terrific changeup. You see the grip right there. He puts all 3 fingers on top of it. And he sells it like a fastball. And Contreras way out in front.
And now is Javier Baez.
Might be one way really for John Lamb to keep it simple is that, pick a couple of his pitches as his main pitches and make sure he can throw those where he wants them.
Lamb got off the mound nicely there to field that bunt by Baez and throws him out at first base. So since the home run by Zobrist, 5 straight retired by Lamb.
Sometimes that home run to lead a game off can be a wake-up call.
Was the 9th given up by Lamb this year. All but one of them have come from right-handed hitters. We talked earlier in the open trying to get him back on track. He had those 2 back-to-back starts at Colorado on the 1st of June and then following that up here at home against the Cardinals on the 7th, where he allowed 2 total earned runs in 14 1/3 innings. But since that time, only a total of 14 2/3 over 3 starts and giving up 8 earned runs over that stretch. So he comes in at 1-4 with a 4.78 ERA. Matt Caesar getting the start tonight. He is playing in center field. Chris Coghlan was in the lineup last night as a starting outfielder. He's out of there tonight. Caesar at 290 with 3 home runs. Driven in 15. One thing you have to love about Lamb is he gets the ball and he fires. He's not waiting around much at all.
Well, you get better defense played behind you when you pick up the pace a little bit. The other thing I like about him is that he can throw that changeup and throw it for a strike like he did to get strike 2 on Caesar.
Shallow right. Phillips out. Bruce in. Jay is there. And that's a 1-2-3 second. And that now is 6 in a row by John Lamb. Days this season here at Great American Ballpark. Saturday, July the 16th. Thanks to PNC Bank, the first 25,000 fans will receive a Zach Cozart bobblehead. Catch all the action when the Reds take on the Milwaukee Brewers for only $12. For tickets, you can call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. 1-0 Chicago, thanks to the leadoff home run by Ben Zobrist to get this game started. Reds batting down the bottom of the 2nd against 9-game winner John Lester. Duval leads it off at 255. 21 home runs, 53 runs batted in. Those numbers are in the top 5 in the league. He's tied for the league lead in long balls, 5th in the league in runs batted in. Off of the mask, the veteran Ross, and right near the netting, he had it, and then it popped out of the glove and he dropped it. He can't believe it.
A lot of people think that the ball goes straight up and then straight down, but not so. On a foul ball like that, it has tremendous amount of spin on it. And a lot of times it'll just spin back towards the fair part of the baseball field. That time it looked like it kind of spun away from him towards the Cubs dugout. You don't see David Ross do that very much. Let's see if Duval can take advantage with a mulligan here.
Ross is charged with an error on that play. Extending the life of the batter. Duval is now at 2 balls and 1 strike. Ross, the former Red, who has announced he's retiring at the end of this year, and he's taking no end of grief from his teammates all season long. Little flare to center, and Matt Caesar got there. So the error by Ross and the drop foul doesn't hurt the Cubbies, and there is one man out here in the bottom of the 2nd. Here now is Suarez. Eugenio at 228 with 14 home runs, 38 runs batted in. Those are fine numbers. If he had an average about 30 or 40 points higher, you'd say he's having a very, very nice year, but the average kind of dragging him down, particularly this month, where the strikeouts have really been an issue for him. 1 ball and 1 strike. Going into last night's game, and he did not strike out last night. He has struck out 30 times in 81 at bats this month.
He's going to first base, but the home plate umpire says, hey, Eugenio, not so fast now.
Suarez saying it hits him in the foot. Mike Winters, the crew chief, and the home plate umpire looking into the Reds dugout.
Well, I believe it is a reviewable call, and I'm not sure if that really got him or it was just quick thinking by Suarez.
That short hopped him in the short hopped the ground right in front and then hit him in the foot.
You know, remember the old days when a manager would come out and protest, it got him in the foot, and they would pick the baseball up and they would check it for shoe polish.
Yeah.
I'm going way back when ball players used to shine their shoes.
I wonder if that ever really worked.
Of course it did. Absolutely. That's why you shined your shoes, so that in case you did get one off your foot, you'd be awarded first base. If there's dirt on this baseball, you stay in the batter's box. If there's shoe polish, now even if the ball bounces in the dirt and then hits the batter's foot, it is still a hit by pitch. And I think that's what the Reds are banking on right there when they saw that video.
Reds main man in the video room is Rob Coughlin, and he is right more often than he is wrong. And let's see what they say. First base, there you go. Good work, Rob.
Who needs shoe polish when you have video replay?
Yeah, you don't need it anymore. You know, what else they used to do is Brian may come out there in the past and he'd say, well, get together, get the guys together to see if anybody saw it different than you did. You don't have to do that anymore either.
No committees.
Third batter hit by Lester this year. So with 1 out, the Reds have the tying run aboard for Billy Hamilton. And for one reason or another, Billy Hamilton has the number of one John Lester.
Well, if you'll notice, the corner infielders are going to be very aggressive with Hamilton up there because they want to field every bunt possible, even the one that goes right back to John Lester, because there's a really good chance that if Hamilton bunts a ball right back to John Lester, he'll simply put it in his pocket. He has a phobia about throwing to the bases. He doesn't like doing it. And I'm wondering if Hamilton just may try him tonight.
Well, if the past is any indication of what may happen, Hamilton is going to be on base against the guy. He's 5 for 7 with a home run lifetime, with 6 steals against Lester. You know, I was looking at the number. He's given up 10 stolen bases this year. Look back last year, Chris, and I thought that's got to be wrong. 44 stolen bases against Lester last year. Right towards second base and out and an out. Boy, oh boy, you couldn't have gotten the ground ball hit to a better spot if you're the Cubs. Perfect night out with your girlfriends. Don't miss this year's A Night of Their Own, presented by St. Elizabeth's. Enjoy dinner, an open bar, throw a pitch from the pitcher's mound, snag some fly balls in the outfield. You can meet manager Brian Price, some of his coaches, and much more. Plus, this year you'll get cool Red swag, including a watch and wine tumblers. So sign up today at reds.com/events. That's A Night of Their Own, presented by St. Elizabeth's. One of the things that Karen Forgas was talking about last night as she visited with us up here in the booth. Big night coming up on July the 21st. Women take command of the ballpark. David Ross to get things going here in the top of the third for the Cubs. Ross at .245 with 6 home runs. He's driven in 23. To the right of Phillips, and Brandon will throw him out. And David Ross, who's in his 15th and final year as a big leaguer, is out 4-3 to get the third inning going.
He has etched himself out a really great major league career. In fact, his career was kind of on the ropes when the Reds acquired him. He became the personal catcher for Bronson Arroyo, and when Arroyo was paired up with him a couple of times, he loved throwing to Ross so much that he told manager that, hey, I've got to throw to David Ross every time, period. And that immediately gave David some job security, and he's parlayed that into a really fine major league career.
You know, that was 10 years ago when he came to the Reds in '06 from the Padres, and he had a career year that year. 21 homers, 52 RBIs. Never has he done better than that in any of the other 14 years that he has played in the big leagues. Now John Lester on 4 pitches is disposed of quickly. So minus that home run ball by Zobrist, John Lamb has been sharp here tonight.
You know what? Maybe it was a wake-up call because I love his tempo. I love the way he's attacking the strike zone. It's almost like he listened to Jeff Brantley when I talked to the Cowboy on our pregame show about what Lamb should think about doing tonight that he hasn't done the last couple of starts. And attacking the strike zone was the first thing that came out of Cowboy's mouth. Because what you've seen out of Lamb is the last few starts is that he'd get to the 5th inning, he'd have about 100 pitches. So he's wearing himself out rather than the other team wearing him out.
Well, he has set down 8 in a row, and now it goes against his this game nemesis Zobrist to hit the home run to get things started.
The other thing you want to do when you're pitching at this ballpark at this time of year on a sunny day.
There's a line drive to left field. That ball's carrying well. It's over the head of Duvall and off the wall. He'll try to get to second, and Zobrist is in there with a 2-out double.
I was about to say you want to go through as many batters as possible because it's hard to see, and it is hard to see right now because of the reflection off the batter's eye for everybody except Ben Zobrist. Nicely played by Duvall. Boy, he's got a strong arm.
The 2 hits in this game for the Cubs, both from Ben Zobrist. We talked about the fact that he has not had a good month of June, but he does have a home run and a double in this game. It's now Jason Hayward, who struck out his first time. Zobrist out at second base, 2 men out. Mentioned it last night. Hayward, the former Brave, former Cardinal from last year, signed a big deal in the offseason with his team. 8 years, $184 million. So he'll be around the Cubs for a long time. All-Star, Gold Glove winner. In fact, he's won back-to-back Gold Gloves. And he strikes out. Good work by John Lamb, who gets number 5. Strands Zobrist out at second. Bringing the energy feature. How about the lowest ERA by top two in the rotation. Arrieta and Lester right at the top. We saw Arrieta here, of course, last night. Lester tonight at 2.10. Arrieta entered the game last night with the best ERA in the National League. Lester enters tonight tied for third. Here are the Giants. They have a great duo, Bumgarner and Cueto. Kershaw and Maeda with the Dodgers. Syndergaard and DeGrom with the Mets.
Hold on there on a couple of those, though, because Kershaw has been sent home from where the Dodgers are traveling to have his back examined. Evidently, he's got a sore back that's serious enough for him to get some medical attention. And of course, in New York, they're having a little series of pitching problems there with regard to injury. Steven Matz has a bone spur in his elbow that may require surgery. That would be season-ending surgery, so that would be a huge blow to the Mets. And Syndergaard evidently also has a bone spur as well, though they don't know if it's that serious yet. So pitching injuries certainly are still on the headlines.
You know, you bring up bone spur, and I'm glad that you did, because aren't there stories out there regarding Lester that he has pitched with a bone spur for the last 2 or 3 years? Have you read the same thing?
Yeah, I have, and I'm not really sure how to interpret any of that. Have to see the MRI.
The story I read said every time he talks about it, he has to find some wood to knock on to make sure that he keeps his good luck going.
You know, one time I played with Woody Fryman. Remember Woody Fryman?
Yeah.
The old Kentucky left-hander. In fact, he played on the same team that Pete Rose and I played on with the Montreal Expos. And Fryman, at the very end of his career, had a bone spur in his elbow. And it would move around while he would pitch. So after every pitch, he would take the ball back from the catcher, take his glove off, move the bone spur out of the joint, put his glove back on, deliver the pitch, and then repeat over and over again. So he was moving that little bone spur around so it wouldn't hurt him, because last year of his career, he didn't want to have surgery, because all he was going to do is sit on the rocking chair and watch the corn grow when he got back to Kentucky. Worked for him.
Self-diagnostic right there. 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the third. Cozart, who struck out to get the Reds' first inning started, trying to solve this left-hander John Lester. The Cubs starting pitching has definitely been a strength of this team this year. In fact, coming into the series, they had the best ERA in the National League at 2.49, slightly up after last night's game, but still the tops in the National League. In fact, it's the lowest ERA by a starting staff since the 1981 Houston Astros at a 2.43. Talked to Ron Coomer today, who's a former big leaguer, former Cub, who does color on the Cubs radio broadcast, and I said, if your health stays good, talking about the Cubs, what's the one thing you think this team needs to improve on to win the World Series? He said the bullpen. It's funny because their bullpen has been good, but he thinks it needs to be a little bit better. Three and two to Cozart.
Here we talk about the threat that Billy Hamilton has for John Lester, his fear of throwing to first base and so on. He's got a quick move to home, but there should be some other players on this Reds roster tonight in the lineup that should give him some problems running if they can get on base. And I say that with Cozart up because he's certainly one of those guys that you think that maybe the Reds in a tight ball game would push the running game a little bit if they're given the opportunity.
There's a 2-out base runner, and there's the first walk of the game by John Lester. Lester doesn't walk many. Came into this game 2.1 walks per 9. Here now is Votto. Check swing, soft liner to third his first time.
Let's put that in perspective for a second. When you say over 2 walks per game for Lester per 9 innings, by comparison, John Lamb is over 4 walks per game. So, you know, which is bad. 2 is good, 4 is bad. 3 is right in the middle. Literally.
Thank you for that insight. Votto's had a very good month of June at 325. In fact, almost. He's right up near 47% on base percentage this month. Remember, he missed a couple of games when he was under the weather. Came back and we missed both games down in Texas. Came back, pinch hit in the first game here against the San Diego Padres and was retired. And ended a streak of 20 straight games in which he had reached base. So he's been on 4 in a row since then. So he's reached base in 24 straight games started by either a hit, a walk, or been hit by a pitch. But they made a slip out of the box on that swing and gets it in the air to left. Wilson Contreras will handle it, and the Reds are finished here in the bottom of the 3rd. Saturday in a game you can only see on FS1. The Yankees and Padres battle at 9:30 p.m. But first, your Cincinnati Reds are on Baseball Night in America with a showdown against Bryce Harper and the Washington Nationals at 7 p.m. Eastern on your local Fox station. John Lamb has been very good thus far. No walks, 5 strikeouts. He's given up a run on 2 hits. Both those hits from Ben Zobrist. And he gets Chris Bryant to start things off here in the 4th. Bryant last night, double in the 1st, homer in the 3rd, 3-run homer in the 4th, double in the 6th, solo homer in the 8th inning. This is going to be playable and left by Duvall. So Bryant goes 5 for 5 in the game last night, becoming the first player in Major League Baseball history in the modern era, 1900 plus, to have 3 homers, 2 doubles in the same game. How about that? We witnessed history last night. 2 upper deck shots with those home run balls to left.
You begin to sound like a Cubs guy.
You have to be able to appreciate what happens against you also. Bruce going back near the wall, and he has room right in front of the wall and right to haul that one in by Rizzo.
John Lamb flipped up one of those 66-mile-an-hour curveballs, and he thought he may have got it. How about that? A one-knee swing. After he follows through, he goes down and stays on it all the way to the warning track. That's a pretty good 1-2 punch. I know what you're saying about appreciating Brian. I'm with you on that, because it was really incredible, the kind of night that you have, and you see that in baseball from time to time. Wish it's your own guy that did it, but you know that's a very good 1-2 punch they have in the middle of their lineup there, with Brian batting third, Rizzo batting fourth. Not to take anything away from Jason Hayward, but you know, the youth and the power of Brian and Rizzo back to back is something that pitchers ought to keep in mind when they pitch against the hitters who are hitting in front of them. Because Brian and Rizzo are going to get their hits. They're going to get their home runs. You certainly don't want anybody on base at the time.
Well, we did a comparison last night of back-to-back combos, the best in the National League. Of course, Bryant and Rizzo combined, they have 39 home runs, but the combination of Bruce Duval held their own also. They have 38 home runs.
What was that?
They call a late walk, and I'm not sure what John was doing there.
Neither was he. In fact, Brian Price is like, well, you know, I think I've come to the ballpark and I've seen something that I've never seen before. The inside move to second base with a runner at first. That was that old ghost runner. You know, you have him in the backyard.
Right.
Had a big lead.
Well, you can fake a throw to second, but there has to be a runner there.
Or there has to be a play being made at the bag.
Yeah.
So, for instance, had Contreras just taken off immediately, when you could have lifted his leg and thrown to second base, even though the runner hadn't already been there. But you got to have a play.
Well, through all that, Lamb can put a 0 on the board if he can get Javier Baez here. Falling behind 2-0.
Baez tried to bunt the first time. Lamb came off the mound very quickly and made a nice play. He's not bunting here, though, not with 2 out and a runner in scoring position.
This guy has been very versatile for the Cubs this year. He started at 5 different spots, all the infield positions and left field this year. Swinging at 3-0, and now he's at 3 balls and 1 strike. Full count.
Boy, does he take a cut. And that's really what they want him to do. You know, he's a young man, Javier Baez, that has struck out a lot coming up through the minor leagues with the Cubs, getting into the major leagues a couple of years ago, had a very high strikeout rate of over 41%. But little by little, that's coming down. But they don't want him to lose his aggressiveness. Nobody pulled him aside and said, hey, you need to shorten your swing.
Out in front of that off-speed pitch, and he pops it up to the shortstop, and Cozart makes the play. And the Cubs leave their second runner of this game. Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio is brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on U.S. News Best Children's Hospitals. Both pitchers on top of their game here at Great American Ballpark tonight on this Tuesday evening. This series will wrap up with an afternoon game here tomorrow, 12:35 start. No television on Fox Sports Ohio.
Just about the opposite of the game last night that got woolly and wild right from the very beginning. Each of the ball clubs scored 2 runs in the first inning, and they were off to the offensive races.
Well, let's see if Phillips can do something about getting an offensive rally started for the Reds here in the bottom of the 4th. Had a base hit in the first. He'll be followed by Bruce and Duvall here in the bottom of the 4th. Ooh, boy.
Oh, there it is again.
Off the same spot.
It hurt so bad, the only thing you could do is laugh. Actually, that got him off the foot.
And the bottom of the foot it looked like, so might not be too bad.
Well, not on the foot, but I bet it re-aggravated the pain that he had in his shin earlier.
Yeah.
Just by twisting his leg around like that. You know, you're going to see David Ross. He's checking it right now. On his left arm, he has a little pad thing right there, and you're going to see him check that from time to time. It's actually a scouting report in there. You see catchers in college use that primarily to hide the signs. You see high school catchers, see quarterbacks have that on there. So he'll flip the lid up. There he is. He goes, okay, Brandon Phillips. Who is this guy anyway? Okay, right-handed hitter, likes the ball down and in. Want to stay away from that spot. Ahead in the count. Our plan is to, and that's what they're looking at. When you get 2 strikes on Phillips, he's going to check the chart.
That is something, though, relatively new, is it not?
You know what? I think it was pioneered more at the college level to keep hitters or keep opposing teams from snagging signs.
Yeah, looks just like what the quarterbacks wear, doesn't it?
So in college, what they do is that they whoever gives the signs will go through a whole series of things, and then you check that to see, you kind of a decoder ring, but a bigger version.
Phillips has a lone Reds hit tonight. Single to center back in the first inning. Remember, that came a couple of pitches after he fouled that ball off his left shin.
I wonder what David Ross said, though, the first time they said, hey, here's this decoder armband. He's not 39 years old. I'm in my 16th year or 15th year as a major leaguer.
Or maybe,
how did I ever get by these first 14 years?
Maybe he went to them and said, hey, you know those things that quarterbacks wear that have the plays and things on them? Why don't we come up with something like that for pitchers and hitters?
Or I'm getting old. My memory's beginning to go a little bit. Can't remember what to throw when I get to a full count.
Any of that is possible. Brandon chased one in the dirt. Did he get a piece of it? He did, and so Phillips stays alive.
Of course, it hit the dirt after he came off the bat, so it's not a foul tip. Well, one thing you can say about Lester, he really keeps the ball down. And his ground ball rate is right at around 49%, which really doesn't put him in the leaderboard of ground ball pitchers.
What would that number be?
So over 53, 54%, you're way up there at that point. Some guys are up around 60, but usually short sample size, but he keeps the ball down almost every pitch.
That's hard hit, but a nice backhand stop by Bryant. And Phillips is out to start inning number 4.
Well, that ball was not an easy play by Bryant because it came off the edge of the grass and it just hugged on the dirt. Bounce, bounce, and then skip right off the surface.
Well, the batter will be Jay Bruce. So he can hit, he can play defense, he can play multiple positions. The Reds and Fox Sports Ohio tonight here on this Tuesday, June the 28th. Give a tip of the cap to Russ and Millie Newsom, celebrating their 65th anniversary tonight. Caesar will make the play. Bruce is out, number 2. Happy 65th anniversary to Russ and Millie Newsom, June the 28th, 2016. Hope you guys have had a good day. Maybe we can make it a little bit better for you tonight with a Reds W. Here's Adam Duvall. Baez gobbles this up, and down in order for the first time in this game go the Redlegs.
And Cubs. I'm Jim Day. My pleasure to welcome in the president and CEO of your Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. She is Linda Antos. How you doing?
I'm just great. How are you tonight?
I am terrific as always. It's great to see your smiling face. Now we want to talk about all the things that are going on with Cincinnati USA, including the social media sweepstakes.
Hashtag Jim's Day Off. Hey, you've got some pretty good adventures I've seen. I especially like you in the tutu lately when you were doing the ballet and the plie at the bar and all that. Yeah.
I embarrassed myself. We did a little ballet spot at Cincinnati Ballet, and a dancer I am not. So, but they can use Jim's Day Off as a hashtag and win some prizes, correct?
That's right. Prizes, sweepstakes. You just go to our website, but also hashtag Jim's Day Off, and then watch for those special around town things, because boy, you've been around to a lot of exciting experiences here in our region.
Well, thanks to you guys, I really have done a lot of cool things, and thank you so much for that. I love bringing that to the fans. On CincinnatiUSA.com, one of the always great things is half-price Reds tickets.
Absolutely. They're still very, very available. I mean, this has been a hot matchup, of course, and there's plenty of season left, even after the All-Star break. Woo! What's going on?
That would be a double right there for the Cubs.
Oh, boy. Well, Hey, but it's a great American ballpark experience. We're having a great time tonight. Everything here is so much fun. It's a full ballpark tonight. We had a great weekend this past weekend. You know, you're going to find your sweet spot. Find the matchup you want and go for those half-price Reds tickets.
Well, it's always exciting. July 4th weekend coming up, and especially around here, this is a vibrant city nowadays. What's going on?
Well, there are so many things, and you know, so many neighborhoods have special things. I love to start at Coney Island because you got Sunlight Pool to enjoy at Coney Island in the hot of the day. Then you've got the Balloon Glow event that La Rosa's puts on. You've got nighttime activities. You've got Riverbend. You have Red, White, and Blue Ash that happens out in our Blue Ash neighborhood. We've got Styx performing this year for free.
Wow, Styx?
Yes, Styx.
Well, that is right in Chris Welsh's wheelhouse right there. Let's talk about, you know, there's so much going on around the ballpark in downtown, and so many cool things for the fans and anyone really to get involved with that are within walking distance of Great American Ballpark.
Absolutely. This whole central business district, or the area around here, the banks, you can have some wonderful cocktails, a great meal before or after the game. You can walk down to Smale Riverfront Park, kind of our front door, the beautiful things to do. The natural adventures, how about the foot piano, the giant chess game, all the swings, the beautiful carousel. And then you can also go up to Washington Park. You can head to Fountain Square and enjoy some free activities. All kinds of things right within our walking distance.
Well, that is tremendous, and you guys do a tremendous job. Thanks as always for bringing everyone to Cincinnati and giving them things to do.
Well, we say come for the Reds and stay for more fun, and each year we have more and more fun.
No doubt about that, and thank you for letting me have some fun.
Enjoying it, Jim. Keep it up. Great.
That's Linda Antis. She is the president and CEO of Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Check it out. It's a great site, CincinnatiUSA.com. Jim and Chris.
Thank you, Jim. You know, I like when you went to the zoo, you had the snake all around your neck. You seemed very comfortable with the snake. And my personal favorite is when you go to Skyline Chili, you and your friend Carl go in there and you just have a big old time with those cheese conies. Leadoff double here by Matt Caesar. Linda Antis has so much fun at the ballpark. She was happy over a Cubs hit. The left field, and Duval handles that. Ross is retired for the second time. Now John Lester will bat.
Kind of a wasted at bat right there for David Ross, in as much as unable to get that runner over to third base. Not an easy thing for him to do because John Lamb is crowding him with pitches, and Ross is primarily a pull hitter. So Lamb trying to work out of a jam. First time other than that home run by Zobrist where the Cubs have been able to reach a base runner to lead off an inning. And that's really been the nemesis for John Lamb this year. In fact, he leads the league this year in opponent batting averages, on base percentage to lead off an inning, which means right from the very get-go in an inning, he's thrown out of the stretch position.
Working on his counterpart here, John Lester. Not a good career hitter this year. 2 for 33. You see the number there. Career-wise, he is under 50. He's not known as a pitcher who can hit very well. Now Lamb a strike away from making Lester number 6 in the strikeout department. Up the middle and a base hit for Lester. Here comes the runner to the plate, Caesar, and he will score. And it is 2-0 Cubs. Boy, last night Jake Arrieta had a single and a home run, and tonight John Lester gets a second RBI of the year. 2-0 Chicago.
Well, it's a cutter that Lamb kind of hangs over the center of the plate right there, and because Lamb falls off towards third base, it goes right back over the pitcher's mound for a bouncer RBI single.
Second hit of the inning, 5th of the game for the Cubs. And now a 2-0 Chicago lead. Zobrist, who's been on base twice, a homer and a double. pushes him over the 300 mark again. He came into the series last night at 298, started today at 295, and with his 2 for 2 tonight at 301. This is the guy Zobrist, who is playing back in his home state of Illinois. He's from the small town of Eureka, Illinois.
He's got a funny little action, doesn't he? When he gets ready and set, he kind of shakes his hands, almost like he's mixing up a nice martini there by shaking that bat. Shaken, not stirred.
All the little nuances you see with players up there. Be interesting to know the origin of that, wouldn't it?
You know, it probably has something to do with one batting coach along the way saying you got to have a little tempo. You just can't start from nothing. You can't start from zero and then accelerate into a powerful swing. So some guys kind of sway back and forth. Some guys may pump their hands up and down a little bit more. And Zobrist has his own unique way of kind of getting it going.
He's been pretty darn even this year. He's a switch hitter, regardless of what side of the plate in which he hits. 297 batting right, 294 batting left. They appeal at first and do not get the call from Marty Foster. So a full count. He has traditionally been a better hitter from the right side. He went around that time, and he's a strikeout victim. That is number 6 by Lamb. That gets him within an out.
You know, it's the peripheral numbers and how John Lamb can really change speeds that makes him so intriguing as a pitcher. You know, in his career, he's 2 wins against 9 losses, earned run average up over 5, but he's still only 25 years old, kind of learning his way through the major leagues, learning from making mistakes and then figuring out how not to make them again. But when you strike out 6 in the first 5 innings against a very good ball club, there's some promise there.
Hayward has struck out twice. Now he's quickly in the hole. 2 strikes here.
Interesting, really, because the first time Hayward struck out, it was on fastball. Second time, I think he got him on a cutter, but he was throwing fastballs by him in the at bat. And here in this at bat, Lamb and Cabrera decided to go with the slow curveball.
Two and 2 now to Jason Hayward. It's actually been Hayward a better hitter from the standpoint of facing lefties versus right-handers. Not tonight. Now from 0-2 to 3-2. The run will be on the move from first base. Lester with 2 men out. Got in for the 3rd time tonight. 7 of them now for John Lamb. 2-0 Cubs, middle of the 5th. Tomorrow on Reds Weekly, check out the highlights from this past weekend celebrating Pete Rose and the 40th anniversary of the 1976 World Championship team. Plus, Jay Bruce is having an all-star-esque season. Don't miss an all-new Reds Weekly tomorrow night at 6 p.m. right here on Fox Sports Ohio with our good friends Jeff Pecoro and Doug Flynn. John Lester in this game has walked one. He has struck out one. That's a little bit low for him considering he averages a strikeout an inning. He came in at 99 strikeouts, 98 2/3 innings this year. His only strikeout was Cozart to start the first inning. You'll get Suarez, Hamilton, and Cabrera. He's thrown 53 pitches through 4 innings thus far. Pretty good. John Lester has been a very good pitcher this year away from Wrigley Field. Not that he's not been good at home, but even better on the road this year. Caught by Baez. Comes into this game with a 1.83 ERA in road games this season. John Lester.
Well, gets a jam shot right here from Suarez. Eats him right up with a fastball that comes right in there. Lester is a really good pitcher to watch. If you're a youngster at home or if you're a dad or a coach that's coaching a pitcher, if you've noticed where Lester has thrown the ball tonight, I mean, he simply eliminates any pitches that are above the waist. When he misses down in the dirt. When he misses his target, he's off the plate one way or another rather than right down the middle. But I mean, he is just burying the ball one after another right at knee high.
There's another one.
Yeah, David Ross gets down there really low to kind of help him encourage that. Gives the umpire a really good look at the strike zone. There's not a lot of complication going on here, but it's great execution of being able to, you know, keep the ball down. There he is missing in the dirt. Much rather miss there than up around the waist where somebody hits that hanging curveball 400 feet.
Lester tonight making the 300th start of his major league career. Billy puts a charge into this ball into left center field, but it's going to hang up, and Wilson Contreras, a catcher playing the outfield, ran that ball down. Pretty nice play.
You know, though, the defensive setup right there where Billy Hamilton was up with Bryant at third base in so far and Rizzo at first base way in so far, they have been instructed. If Billy Hamilton lays a bunt down, you field it. Do not let Lester field it. And I'm surprised that in a couple of at-bats, Hamilton hasn't even thought about laying a bunt. I mean, push it right back to the pitcher and see what he does. How much worse can it be than a fly out the left?
I can see him taking 2 or 3 hard steps and then underhanding the ball to first. We've seen him in videos throw his whole glove over there.
Well, if you bunt it to the first base side of the field, that's what he'll do.
He covers the bag here as Rizzo feeds him, and Cabrera is out. That's now 7 in a row retired by Lester.
this past Saturday when Houston Astro Jose Altuve was a triple shy of the cycle, and he had a chance, except he going around second base had a little bit of trouble. Must be something about second base in Houston, because last night Mike Trout going around the same base and has to go back to the bag and immediately realizes what happens and points at Jose Altuve, and then, like, my man, I feel your pain. The two had a good laugh about it. Mike Trout, Jose Altuve, look out, second base dangerous at Minute Maid Park.
You know, I agree with you, Jim, because not only are those two plays there that you just talked about, but remember a couple of years ago when the Reds were down there and we had the no-look tag by Brandon Phillips, and that was at second base down in Houston. Jonathan VR. Now with the Brewers, then with the Astros. Second base has been a strange position, to be sure. Bryant tonight is grounded out. He's flied out. He's 0 for 2. He's never faced Lamb before, although Lamb did work a game against the Cubs last year at Wrigley Field. Loses him here on a 3-2 pitch, and so that's the first walk of the night issued by Lamb.
The opponent on base percentage leading off the inning, and that's just about where John Lamb is right now. They've had 3 runners to lead off on base, and he is in the 6th inning.
These two pitchers, Lester and Lamb, were about even in terms of pitches thrown through 4. John had that 28 pitch 5th, though, so he's at 90 right now and due up first in the bottom of the 6th inning. Rizzo has struck out and flied out. He's 0 for 2. Rizzo is an interesting split regarding lefty and righty. Rizzo 327 against right-handers. Comes into this game only 205 against lefties.
Well, you know, we're used to here in Cincinnati looking at splits that are pretty much almost even between Jay Bruce and Joey Votto, who hit left-handers very well. Not very many left-handers are like that.
Floats this one out to left, and it's going to get down in front of Duvall. Served that one up, and a base hit for Rizzo. So let's see. I talked about Lester not being a very good hitting pitcher. He gets a hit. Rizzo not hitting lefties well. He gets a hit.
And he drops it right in front of Duvall. Duvall, for a moment there, looked like he might try to come in there and dive for that ball, but that would have been a tough play to make, and had it gotten by him, it would have scored a run.
Mark Riggins, a visit to the mound. Jumbo Diaz is up and throwing in the Reds bullpen. Lamb can get through this 6th, give up just the 2 runs that he has given up. This would be a success of sorts for John, because as we talked about, he has had 3 rough outings in a row. Let's send it down to our man Jim Day. Jim, what do you have?
Well, indeed, we must correct ourselves. Last night, that was not Mike Trout at Minute Maid Park, but don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. That was out in Anaheim. And you mentioned the play, though, at second base. Jonathan VR, the legendary butt tag. Yikes. That indeed happened at Minute Maid Park. But Mike Trout with Jose Altuve witnessing what happened at second base. They had a good laugh about it. Nonetheless,
always take any opportunity we can to get that no-look Phillips tag in at second base in Houston, don't we?
I don't think the T-shirts were a big hit either.
Well, in some circles they were. Some of your friends I know took offense to them, but in my circle they were big. Contreras has a hit tonight. He's 1 for 2. Phillips, Cozart, Votto. They got them both. That's a nice play by Phillips and Cozart out at second base.
I mean, that is not just a nice play. That is one of the finest double plays you're going to see, considering that if this ball gets through, it's a run scored. Boy, Phillips just makes this look so easy.
Cozart dragged that back foot across the bag.
Great timing by Cozart. Kind of stutter steps before he gets to the bag, so that when he receives the ball, he's able to get out of the way of the runner and complete the throw to first base. That is some dandy defense.
Bryant ends up at third base. Double play the first of the game for the Reds. And now it's Baez to get Lamb through the sixth with just the 2 runs being scored against him. 4-6-3 on the twin killing, and that was really a thing of beauty. Baez is a big swing and tipped that ball foul. He's in the hole, 2 strikes. Seems like he commits early.
But almost winds up to start his swing, and that's a lot of times where the power is generated. Short swings typically don't have as much power, but they've got a better contact rate.
Gives him a close shave right there.
Baez did a nice job keeping his balance after this.
.100 pitches now, 101 pitches thrown by John Lamb in this game. His season high 112. Jumbo Diaz appears ready in the Reds bullpen. Raisel Iglesias is up as well. Baez out in front, pops it up. Votto handles it. Lamb works around the walk and the hit thanks to the double play.
property of the Cincinnati Reds. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, Reds left-hander John Lamb getting the handshakes, the high fives in the Reds dugout, indicating that he is finished for the night after 6 innings of 2-run, 6-hit baseball.
Well, he did a nice job holding the Cubs to just 2 runs after their big outburst last night. Unfortunately for John Lamb, the Reds have mustered only 1 hit off of John Lester, no runs so far, and if it stays the way it is, John Lamb is going to get hung with his 5th loss against 1 run. So about a couple of runs right here. Tyler Holt steps in to lead off the inning as the pinch hitter at John Lamb's spot.
Holt appeared in the 8th inning last night as a pinch hitter and grounded out, so his hitless streak continues. Tyler's now 0 for his last 17, 1 for his last 24 as he tries to get on to start the bottom of the 6th. Overall this year, Holt checks in at 232. We talked about at the top of the broadcast how well Lester has been throwing. His month of May is a 1.46 ERA. He's had 6 consecutive quality starts. 5 of those wins. Holt on a 1-2 pitch is taken care of on strikes 4, out number 1. Another Reds home run hits the Toyota sign during tonight's game. Andrew Melman of Cincinnati will win the beautiful Tundra that's on display here at Great American Ballpark. Register for your chance to win in an upcoming game by seeing your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. Good luck to Andrew Melman out of Cincinnati trying to win the Toyota Tundra. Cozart tonight has struck out and drawn a walk. And finds himself in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Trying to get back on track to where he was back in the early days of this season. He had a terrific month of April. Cozart hit .361 in April. He went down to .247 in May, .219 at the start of today this month. His defense has been grade A day 1. Amazingly so, really, because of the knee injury that he suffered last year on June the 10th when he hit first base wrong, blew out his right knee. He's been wearing a brace all year. I don't think you could say that his range has suffered at all this year.
No, if you didn't know that he had surgery, you couldn't tell by just watching. He's one of the more fundamentally sound fielders in the league as well, which is really good. If you're a coach at home, I've mentioned this about watching John Lester as a pitcher, but if you're a coach of young infielders at home, there's nobody better to watch fundamentally than Zach Cozart.
Yeah, so many times we'll say things about a shortstop like he makes all the terrific plays, but sometimes has trouble with the routine play. That is not the case with Cozart.
Yeah, you know, and by comparison, you say, well, why wouldn't you watch Brandon Phillips? Well, Brandon Phillips is such a gifted athlete that not everybody can make the plays the way that he does them. Cozart does them in a much more conventional manner.
Oh, he takes strike 3 on a 2-2 pitch that he thought might have been out of the strike zone. Lester gets just his 2nd K of the night, and both of them, unfortunately, have been Cozart.
Well, he got a few inches off the corner right there from the home plate umpire, Mike Winters. at least according to our Fox tracks. And part of that may have been the fact that Ross was set up out there and he didn't move his glove at all. Didn't try to frame it, didn't move it at the very end. He just held it there an extra moment, and Mike Winters bought into it.
So 2 men out, nobody on. 9 in a row by Lester, who now has 3 strikeouts, 2 in this inning. He struck out Holt, the pinch hitter, and now Cozart, and works now on Votto.
Cubs do not shift on Joey Votto with John Lester on the mound. Lester's pitching him away. Down and away, down and away, down and away.
Votto trying to get on with 2 men out in the 6th. The Reds have not had a runner get past first base so far tonight. Similar situation to what we saw here on Sunday with Anthony DeSclafani on the mound for the Reds. He did not allow a Padre to get past first base in that wonderful 8 innings of no-run 5-hit baseball that he spun in that 3-0 win against the San Diego club. Full count. Votto high, deep toward left center field, near the wall, but run down and hauled in by Matt Caesar. Votto put a big charge into that ball to no avail. Lowe's home field advantage feature. How about John Lamb this year? These are updated stats at home this year. 7 starts, a 3.49 ERA here at Great American Ballpark compared to over 3 runs higher on the road this year. Lamb tonight was very solid. 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. 102 pitches through 6 innings, and you gotta love that walk number. We talked about it earlier, averaging over 4 walks per 9 inning this year, but only 1 of them tonight.
Well, something to build on for John Lamb, no doubt about it. He kind of reversed the trend that was going on the last few starts. Nice outing tonight. Gave the Reds a quality start, a chance to stay in the ball game, and now that responsibility falls on the shoulders of Raisel Iglesias. 8 games overall, but this is only the third time that Iglesias will be in a ball game since coming back off the disabled list.
Yeah, he spent the better part of 2 months on the DL with some right shoulder fatigue. Remember, he didn't make his at the end of last year. They shut him down at the end of the season.
Well, I mean, 5 starts to start the season. His shoulder gave out. They put him on the DL. They rehabbed it, tried to get him a little bit strong. Same thing they tried to do in spring training from the very onset. They brought him along very slowly. So evidently that shoulder was bothering him long before he finally ended up going on the disabled list at the end of April.
He was a 3-game winner through 16 starts last year for the Reds. Started out of the rotation this year. Chris was talking about it. He made 5 starts at a 3.49 ERA. That was on April the 25th. Missed most of May, most of June, and this is relief appearance number 3. He worked at Texas 2 innings and 1 inning here against San Diego 4 days ago. Iglesias will be in the Reds bullpen the rest of this year along with Lorenzen, and then the Reds will evaluate at the end of the year to see if they want to leave them out there or possibly move one or both of them to the rotation again. He gets Caesar looking on number 1 here in the 7th inning. That's 8 strikeouts now for Reds pitching.
Iglesias gave Caesar just about every different arm angle, a different type of pitch that you could think of, and he finally sizzles a little fastball on the outside corner for strike 3.
There are those who really like this guy out of the bullpen for the Reds as opposed to starting.
I think those that feel that way are talking about stamina. You look at Marcell Iglesias, and then you look at the average body of a major league pitcher nowadays, and Iglesias looks like a throwback from, a long time ago. But all you have to say to counteract that is, well, have you ever heard of Pedro Martinez?
Good point.
They thought the same thing about Pedro in Los Angeles, that he was too small and too slight of build to withstand the rigors of being a starting pitcher, and lo and behold, he's in the Major League Hall of Fame. So, it's more about pitchability, really, than body type as far as I'm concerned. But he may be, based on how his arm feels, more suited for the bullpen. If he can get quick, he can get up and ready quick as a bullpen pitcher is supposed to do. And if he's able to pitch it back-to-back nights. So the Reds have been very careful. They've had 3 days off between the last time he pitched and tonight. They gave him a couple of days between the first time and the next time. So they're going to be very careful with his arm, and they should be.
He drops down there, gets Ross to swing and miss. So 2 men out. Check out the new Fioptics District rooftop here at Great American Ballpark this season. For only $15, you can get general admission seating, access to the exclusive rooftop patio, plus your first drink on the Reds. For tickets, visit reds.com/district. There's a good look at it upstairs. Take a break from the game if you so desire. A little ping pong. Very nice seating up there. Food, drink. And you can wander over the rail and take a look at the game as well. 2 out for John Lester. And he's down 2 strikes. Often you see a pitcher go from the rotation to the bullpen and his repertoire kind of drops off, but we really haven't seen that out of Iglesias. He's got all the angles going, all the different pitches.
That's because some of those secondary pitches that a lot of pitchers have, they've developed only recently. Maybe at the upper end of the minor league chain. And I think with Iglesias, he's probably been throwing all those arm angles and curveballs and everything else probably since he first picked up a baseball back in Cuba.
Either way you look at it, the Reds love him on this staff. Awfully glad that he's healthy again. able to help them out. Lamb goes 6, 2 runs, 6 hits, a walk and 7 strikeouts. On the hook right now for the loss. Iglesias working here in the 7th. Reds will have Phillips, Bruce, and Duval in the bottom of the inning against Lester. Got it. Nice inning by Raisel Iglesias. He fans the side. Stretch time here in Cincinnati.
Washington, D.C. on Thursday when the Reds take on the Nationals. Reds Live kicks it off at 6:30. You can swing into summer on Fox Sports Ohio, and it's presented by Miller Lite. Let's check out our T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball. Brian Pena, the former Red, the fun-loving Brian Pena, finally activated by the Cardinals. He's been out all season after left knee surgery. Texas Rangers became the first team to reach 50 wins last night, fastest in team history in just 77 games. And as Chris mentioned earlier, trouble on the Clayton Kershaw front. I'm sure the Dodgers will have their close eyes on that.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. It's good to see Brian Pena activated by the Cardinals. I mean, we hated to see him go, particularly to St. Louis, but boy, Brian Pena was a guy that would talk to you at all times, and one of the friendliest guys to be around we've had around these parts in a while. We wish him nothing but the best, except when he's playing against the Redlegs. Phillips leads it off here in the bottom of the 7th. He is singled. He is grounded out. He has the only Reds hit of this game.
That came, if you remember, in that first inning at bat in which he banged the ball off his shin. It took quite a while for him to get back into the batter's box. Eventually ran the count 2 strikes and batted it back up the middle to get that only hit.
Well, the Reds have had only 3 base runners. Phillips hit. Suarez was hit by the pitch. And a walk to Cozart in the 3rd. Now a ground ball to Baez. Brandon is the first out here in the bottom of the 7th. That's 11 in a row retired by Lester.
He's making it look easy.
He has 1 complete game this year. That was a 2-1 win the first of this month against the Dodgers. There's his pitch count. 1 single-digit inning, but only 1 inning. Well, 2, I guess. Those 2 17 pitch innings, and even 17 is not overly high. He hasn't reached 20 yet in an inning tonight. Here's Bruce. This is that power combo we were talking about earlier. Bruce and Duval. been able to get the job done in terms of extra base hits in the last couple of months. The 2 of them at 33 of them in May, almost at that figure here in June, 30. Counting tonight, 3 games remaining this month. First Reds teammates with consecutive 30 extra base hit months since the Big Red Machine days. Rose and Bench, August and September of 1974, had 30 extra base hits in back-to-back months. First time it's been done since Bruce and Duvall in May, and now this month in June. Broken bat to second. Zobrist will throw him out. Jay is 0 for 3. Just as a reminder, coming up shortly, we'll have our Miller Time Moment of the Night, brought to you by Miller Lite. We say soon because we hope it hasn't happened yet. Reds will come up with something big here in the latter innings of this game. Give us our Miller Time Moment of the night. Maybe Duvall. Get the Reds on the board here, trailing 2-0, a run in the first on a Ben Zobrist leadoff home run, and a run in the 5th, a double by Caesar. 2 batters later, a single and a run batted in by, of all people, John Lester. A .046 career batting average coming into tonight. On the infield, Baez and Bryant makes the catch, and that's 4 consecutive perfect innings, 13 in a row by Lester. Reds down 2-0. They were down 1-0 here on this leadoff home run by Ben Zobrist. Second time in his career he's led off a game with a home run. It was number 10 and made it 1-0. And then this hit by Lester with 2 strikes against him in the 5th inning. Scored Matt Caesar. Made it 2-0 in favor of Chicago. Though he has pitched well, and he even has a hit tonight in the game. And then on the other side of things, John Lester has walked only 1. He's struck out 3, but he's retired 13 in a row. Honda game summary. Marcell Iglesias struck out the side in the 7th. Back to work here in the 8th, and he gets Zobrist, who turns around and bats from the left side. Told you he's about even this year. Batting right, batting left, within a point or 2 of one another, but career-wise, he's a much better hitter from the right side than the left side. He has that same shake with those hands, depending, it doesn't matter what side he's on. And Iglesias continues the strikeout streak. He has found all 4 that he has come up against here tonight.
Hey, for a guy that has not pitched in 3 days, he is extremely sharp. That's a changeup right there. Flips it up there, gets some downward action. But look at the grouping of pitches. I mean, he just stays right downstairs where nobody's going to hurt you.
So Jason Hayward bats. He's been a victim 3 times. It was all against John Lamb in terms of the strikeout. That's against a right-hander for the first time tonight. Behind short, Kozar will get there. 2 out. Follow the Reds baseball live with the MLB.com @bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatsCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. So this has been some sort of impressive outing here by Raisel Iglesias. 5 faced, 5 retired, 21 pitches so far, out away from a second innings completion. Tough one to get through here, and Chris Bryant.
Little interesting matchup right here, though. Iglesias with a lot of different arm angles. We'll see if he pitches Bryant in a particular manner other than just keeping the ball down. Freezing Bryant on that doesn't look like Chris sees the ball coming out of his hand very well. I say that cautiously. The way he holds the bat and the way he bends his knees, it really tells me he's much more of a high ball hitter than he is a low ball hitter. Normally guys that hold their bats flat when they get ready to swing, they've already got the bat on the plane to hit the high pitch. Not to saying he can't hit a low pitch, but I think that all the pitches he hit for home runs last night were up in the zone.
He almost starts with that bat resting on his right shoulder. I mean, to tell you, that's good location right there.
And it's pretty good velocity, too, because he dialed it up at 98. And the thing about Iglesias and his 98, there's explosive action. He hides the ball very well. And the way you tell that is just look at the hitter's reaction.
That's the first base runner in the 2 innings worth of work by Raisel Iglesias. Only the second walk given up by Reds pitching tonight. Both of them have gone to Bryant. So now with Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo 1 for 9 lifetime against Iglesias. That one was a home run. And to keep it a 2-0 game is Iglesias heading into the bottom of the 8th. Got under it. It's in the air. It's going to be caught by Cozart. And a very nice 2 innings worth of work for the right-hander Raisel Iglesias.
As always, we'll put a capper on this one. It's Reds Live, the post-game show. It's brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. Let's talk about Amir Garrett, the big lefty. Today, it was announced that he will once again participate in the Futures game at the All-Star game coming up in San Diego. He pitched in it last year here at GABP. He was actually the winning pitcher as you look at his numbers at AA and AAA. He's been very dominant, particularly at AA. And then last night, came in after Homer Bailey started the game on a rehab stint and pitched 7 scoreless innings for Louisville last night. Brian Price said, hey, he dominated at AA. He's now at AAA. Don't be surprised if we see Amir Garrett at the big club before the year's out.
Brian throws out Suarez, and yeah, that's a good piece by Jim, because I think it kind of shocked some people downstairs when he said that today.
I love hearing that. I really love hearing that. I mean, he has been lighting up the lower parts of the minor leagues. He's a little bit older, but remember, from a baseball experience standpoint, Amir Garrett is a very young player. He spent most of his youth concentrating on his basketball career, which was a D1 collegiate basketball career. I think he's, what, 23 years old?
24.
24?
Native of California.
And left-handers sometimes take a little longer to develop anyway, but hey, I mean, they say he's throwing extremely hard and has a very good slider. So, and I was able to spend a lot of time with him this last winter on the Reds Caravan, and I'll tell you what, one class individual. Very nice young man.
You get to know those guys in the caravan, don't you? It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, you sure do. And you get to know the Reds fans too at all our great stops. In your case, you get a lot of fried chicken along the way.
Yeah, because they have the cowboy, the king of fried chicken. People bring those big plates to him, and he brings them onto the bus and shares them with everybody.
I wonder you guys come off the bus not so willing to jump on the scale as soon as that 4-day trip is over.
What we do is jump on the treadmill.
Well, Reds are running out of outs. Easy ground ball by Suarez, and now Billy Hamilton, who has hit into a double play and a fly ball, has been just about like every other one of these Reds players. Not really been much of a challenge so far to Lester.
We talked about Billy being 5 for 7 against this guy coming into tonight's game, and he has hit the ball hard twice. Nothing to show for it. Mentioned earlier, tomorrow's game, 12:35, will not be televised here in Fox Sports Ohio, but Jim Day mentioned earlier we'll be back at it come Thursday night in our nation's capital against the Washington Nationals. 7:05 game, 6:30 with Reds Live. Reds Live, Fox Sports Ohio pregame brought to you by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Jeff Pecoro, Brian Giesenslaw in the studio. Jim Day down on the field. Actually, Jim Day will be in the big chair for the National Series. Billy turns on a ball. Into the corner it goes. Home run. Second career home run by Billy Hamilton against John Lester, and the Reds are on the board.
Well, he comes right inside, and this is probably getting the pitch up for John Lester tonight, and Billy Hamilton lays a sweet part of the bat on it. Our Volkswagen drive of the game out of here for the first Reds run.
Third home run of the year for Billy Hamilton. He blasted that thing. Now the Reds back within a run. That's the first pitcher now. Billy hasn't hit many of them. The first pitcher he's touched up twice. Billy's hit a grand total of 13 career home runs. 7 batting left, 6 batting right-handed, so he's been pretty even in that department. Cabrera's 0 for 2. That snaps the streak of 14 in a row by Lester. And the Reds are one big swing away from tying this game. They hadn't had a base runner since the 2-out walk to Cozart in the 3rd. Hadn't had a hit since Phillips singled up the middle in the 1st. Cabrera becomes the 4th strikeout of the night for John Lester. Now Jose Peraza will bat for Raisel Iglesias.
The Cubs certainly do not treat Peraza the same way they do Billy Hamilton as far as a bunting threat. Now Bryant coming in even with the bag, but they were really close. Might not be a bad idea here to lay it down. I'm just kind of interested to see what Lester would do. I've been told that he will not throw to first base.
Bryant off the glove of Baez, and he didn't have a chance to get to Speedy Peraza anyway. So after 14 in a row retired, a homer, a strikeout, and a base hit, the Reds have the tying run on. Jose Peraza continues to be impressive at the plate.
Well, he finds a hole right here, 5.5 hole. We call that between the third baseman and the shortstop.
First career pinch hit for Peraza.
Looks like Joe Madden waited around to see if Chris Bosio would answer that phone down in the bullpen to see if there is any work being done down there and if their closer is ready or their relief pitcher is ready. I'm not sure who's warming up down there. Got Cozart here, and then the left-handed hitting Joey Votto in the on-deck circle. And here comes Joe Madden.
The slow walk by the Cubs skipper from the third base dugout to the hill. Lester has gone 7 2/3. Hector Rondon is throwing in the Cubs bullpen. I don't think I've seen a signal yet, although the gate has opened down there. And Joe will take the ball from John Lester. Pretty good work by the left-hander tonight. This is our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Lester out. Rondon enters. Here at Great American Ballpark, Saturday, July the 16th. Thanks to PNC Bank, the first 25,000 fans will receive a Zach Cozart bobblehead. Catch all the action when your Reds take on the Milwaukee Brewers for only $12. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. Cozart, the man on the spot right here, bottom of the 8th.
And the man in the spotlight is Hector Rondon. He is the closer for the Cubs. 30 saves last year, 13 of 15 this year. He's faced a lot of these Reds players throughout the last few years. Cozart 2 for 10.
Lester threw 103 pitches in 7 2/3, had a stretch of 14 in a row. Leaves the game after the pinch hit infield single by Peraza. Cozart trying to come up big here in the bottom of the 8th. Peraza running. Cozart in the hole, 2 strikes.
I like that aggressiveness right there, though. I mean, Rondon is such a quality pitcher. You really can't depend on several hits in the same inning to try to beat a guy like that. So you try to put your runner in scoring position, and if the worst thing happens and he gets thrown out at second base, you lead off the 9th inning with your leadoff hitter, Zach Cozart.
Joe Madden brought Hector Rondon in to face Duvall last night with 2 men out. Peraza going again. The ball high. The ball gets away. And Peraza thought about it and then stayed put out at second base. He'll get a steal on that. And for Peraza, that is stolen base number 7.
Boy, he had a big jump right there. I'm not so sure that even if David Ross fields that ball cleanly, And he's going to have a shot at getting Peraza. Well, Billy Hamilton is fast, but I mean only a tick or two faster than Peraza. This kid can motor.
Quick meeting on the mound amongst the infield. Noting about Rondon, this is the 4th time this year, and they've all come in the month of June, that Joe Madden has used him in a more than 1 inning save situation. Did not do it at all in April or May.
That's how important these games are to the Cubs.
Chased by Rizzo. Rizzo staying with it. Into the stands he goes. Did he get it? He did. A terrific play by Anthony Rizzo. Good concentration by the Cub first baseman. Makes a terrific play into the seats over the tarpaulin roll to retire Cozart and end the bottom of the 8th inning. Defense is what we're highlighting tonight in our Miller time moment of the night. This was the double play ball hit into by Wilson Contreras back in the 6th. Phillips, nice pick and flip. Cozart smooth across the bag, getting out of the way of the runner, coming hard toward him. And completing the 4-6-3 double play, our Miller time moment of the night. New pitcher on for the Reds as we go to the 9th inning. Tony Cingrani. Last saw him when he saved the game on Sunday against the Padres. He had a 1-2-3 9th on here, trying to keep it a 1-run game.
Young man that grew up on the south side of Chicago as a White Sox fan, so he doesn't need any incentive to come in here and hang a 0 on the board to keep the Reds in this 1-run ball game. Cingrani has been used as the closer. Has 9 saves, 14 chances in the 36 games in which he has pitched.
Look at Wilson Contreras to lead it off. He hit into that double play we highlighted as our Miller time moment in the 6th inning. And a hit back in the 4th. Catcher by trade has started in left field in each of the first 2 games of this series. Cubs will probably make some defensive changes in the bottom of the 9th inning. Joe Madden famous for that. Did it last night and would figure to do it again here tonight. cued toward Phillips. Brandon makes the play for out number 1. Another chance if you're so inclined to coming out to the ballpark tomorrow for the 12:35 game. It'll be Cody Reed, still in search of his first major league win. Pretty good outing, remember, down in Houston. Not so good as last time against the Padres. He'll go against right-hander Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs. After tomorrow, the Cubs aren't back here until the final 3 games of the season. September 30th, October 1 and 2. Reds' upcoming 10-game road trip will take them to Chicago. First to Washington, then Chicago, then Miami. Kind of quietly, Don Mattingly's Miami Marlins have done a good job this year. Jose Fernandez, a stellar outing last night. They went 5 or 6 games over the 500 mark. In fact, they moved ahead of the Mets and into second place in the NL East.
And there's talk about the Miami Marlins being buyers at the trading deadline. In fact, there was talk about them pursuing Aroldis Chapman, the same reliever, of course, that the Cubs have been rumored to be interested in.
Seems like there's a lot of teams which his name is being floated about, doesn't it?
Well, his contract makes him very tradable, and he obviously is a slam the door closer that brings more than what an ordinary closer does. Brings excitement like we've never seen in the 9th inning.
Hit hard by Baez to center, but Billy Hamilton is in the wake of that ball. And he reaches up and makes the catch. Taking a look at Chapman's day by day, as a 3.15 ERA this year, 15 for 16 in save chances.
Of course, the Yankees are 1 game under 500. They're 8 games back. They have 3 teams ahead of them in that American League East. So they may be in a position where they're not going to make any trades of their relievers at all if they get hot between now and sometime in July. Quite hard to believe that the Yankees would be sellers at the deadline. Their fans do not like the word rebuild, not with the kind of payroll they have and the kind of revenue that they have.
Well, they've been under 500 most of the year. Every now and then they'll peek their head above the waterline, but they've been under most of the year. Good relief work tonight for Raisel Iglesias, and so far Tony Cingrani should get the final out of the inning here. Phillips, Tavato, sees her out. 1, 2, 3, 9th inning. Ninth work for Cingrani, and in the bottom half, Votto, Phillips, Bruce, Cincinnati Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio has been brought to you by Kroger. Stop by your neighborhood Kroger to save big store wide. Great food, low prices at Kroger. And by Toyota. For over 30 offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Nighttime is set in here in the Queen City. 2-1 game Cubs. They scored in the first. They scored again in the fifth. The run that's a difference right now is the RBI single by John Lester. Reds get on the board in the bottom of the eighth on a home run by Billy Hamilton, his second career homer against the left-hander Lester. Rondon came on, retired Cozart on a foul ball on a very nice play by Rizzo to end the inning. A couple of changes for the Cubs. Matt Caesar goes from center to left field. Albert Almora Jr. now in center field. Votto against Rondon and a ball. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Look at those career numbers against Rondon. Big swing would tie it. Base hit would put the tying run aboard.
Going for the downs with that one.
of 15 in save chances this year. Rondon. New center fielder is Almora. He's a step on the track and he hauls it in to retire Joey Votto. Rondon has come on, retired the last man of the eighth, the first man of the ninth. And wouldn't it be apropos if Phillips on his birthday could hit the big fly that would tie this game? Of course, home runs this year have been few and far between for Brandon. He does have 6. Tonight he is 1 for 3. He has gone 186 consecutive plate appearances without a home run. His most consecutive plate appearances without a home run in his career. He was always annually a double-figure home run guy. Again, turning 35 today. He'd set up for a little old hit, bring Bruce up there next with a runner aboard. $35,999 here tonight. 35,999. Like last night, you see a lot of blue out there. Reds trying to counteract that. There's the orange and black of those San Francisco Giants. There's Phillips being hit by a pitch. Well, from a Reds perspective, that does as good as a single. That gets a runner on.
That got him, it looked like, on the right arm, on the inside of the right forearm, I think. Well, he has been beat up tonight, Brandon Phillips has. Oh, got him on the chest.
Right in the rib cage, yeah. Brandon shook his head and said he's all right. He's the tying run down there at first base. Rondon is not allowed to run against the Redlegs this year. Covering 3 innings worth of work. Here now is Bruce. pitch goes the way of Rondon. 0-2.
Now we show you these pitches on the Fox tracks when they're right on the corner or marginal. That may have just grazed the edge.
Duvall waits on deck. In case you're wondering, Rondon has given up 2 home run balls this year. One to Jung Ho Kang of the Pirates. One to Tommy Joseph of the Phillies. The last lefty to homer against him was the Reds' Joey Votto early September last year. Hit hard, gets by the diving second baseman Zobrist. Base hit for Jay Bruce. The Reds are knocking at the door now with 1 out. Tying run Phillips at second. Winning run Bruce at first for Duvall.
Timeout as Chris Bosio will come out to talk to his closer.
The big powwow out on the Great American Ballpark mound, the entire infield. And Chris Bosio. Rondon was able to get Cozart to end the 8th on a foul pop. Votto flied to deep center. Phillips hit by a pitch. Bruce singles to right. Adam Duvall, .333 hitter with runners in scoring position this year. He's been a clutch hitter for the Reds. Sitting on 21 home runs, 18 of those against right-handers.
Now here's where, you listen to the members of the Big Red Machine talk about the real run producers like Tony Perez. You don't try to do too much. You try to get a pitch and try to hit it hard.
Career-wise, Duvall 0 for 3 against Rondon with a strikeout. Tonight he's 0 for 3. To send him home happy with that swing. Chased it a little high. Didn't get it. 1 ball, 1 strike. They're talking about earlier 18 home runs against righties this year. Most in the National League. RBI total way up there as well. Second most. Now he's in the hole. Reds got their lone run on a homer by Billy Hamilton down the left field line in the bottom of the 8th. And then in a streak of 14 in a row, retired by John Lester. He left the game after a pinch hit infield single by Peraza. Rondon trying to save it for him. Strike 3 call. Here it is again.
Boy, just on or off the edge. I mean, even if it is a hair off the edge, might be too close to take.
Well, here now is Eugenio Suarez. Tonight he's 0 for 2. Was hit by a pitch back in the second. 2 for 3 lifetime against Rondon. And he he rips a single into left field. Phillips is going to be waved around. Here comes the throw from Caesar, and it's not in time. And Phillips slides across safely, and the Reds have tied this game 2-2 here in the bottom of the ninth inning on a big pinch hit RBI single to left by Eugenio Suarez.
What a comeback for this Reds team. Shut down all game long. Suarez gets a fastball and just puts a nice level stroke on it. The question is, when can Phillips get there ahead of the tag? And he does. A great tag by Phillips. Goes to the inside. Gets his hand right on the plate. I'm not sure that David Ross ever got him with the baseball.
Yeah, you certainly credit Suarez with the hit, but that was a terrific slide away from the tag by Phillips right there.
He's had a good game and getting beaten up. He'll be in the ice room for a while tonight.
Well, now, can the Reds put a capper on it right here? Billy Hamilton, he's hit the ball hard 3 times tonight. Into a double play, unfortunately, in the second. Lined out to left in the 5th. Homered in the 8th against Lester. Bats now here against Rondon. What has he done against Hector? 5 for 10 lifetime. Blown save number 3 this year for Rondon. No win tonight for John Lester. No loss for John Lamb. Ball a strike. Bruce carries the winning run out at second base. Career walk-off hit was against the Cubs almost 2 years ago. Wouldn't he love to come up with another one right here? Rondon was the pitcher in that game. Really had it all the way in there and took it low. First at bat for him tonight from the left side. Trying to come through with the big blow right here. He got the benefit of the doubt on that pitch from Mike Winters, the home plate umpire. Joe Madden hands on hips. You know that Ross and Rondon thought they had Billy right there.
I think the angle of our center field camera made it look a little closer than it actually was. Billy wasn't worried. He's got to come to him right here on a 3-2 count.
Runners will be on the move, yeah.
Make sure he throws to the plate.
Popped him up near the mound. Bryant will make the catch. The Reds rally to tie it. Can't win it in the 9th. We'll go to extra innings here on this Tuesday night at Great American Ballpark. Tied at 2. at Great American Ballpark, and as always, extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. For the Reds, this is extra inning game number 7. They're 2-4. For the Cubs, they've won 2, lost 2. Both managers studying that lineup card, seeing how they can manipulate their personnel to their advantage. Tony Cingrani worked a perfect 9th. He'll go back out there in the 10th. How about Suarez? That was a huge base hit. He's had a tough month. Billy, well, 5 for 10 against Rondon going into that AB. He popped it up. Thrill of a big hit, the agony of not getting it done. Here we go now to the 10th. David Ross will lead it off. Pitcher spot is next, so the Cubs will employ a pinch hitter. Justin Grimm is throwing in their bullpen. Addison Russell is on deck. Ross tonight 0 for 3. Cubs led 2-0 with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. Hamilton the home run to make it 2-1. Eugenio Suarez with the big hit in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. Down the right field side, Bruce, long run, and oh, that is a foul ball. That was awfully close. Jay couldn't quite get it. Votto a long run. He wasn't going to get it. How close was it? Take a look.
Wow.
Ross apparently broke his bat. Cubs about hit the Reds tonight 6-5. Ross at the plate now has committed the only error of the game on a drop pop fly, a foul ball. They are 2-2 in the 10th.
David Ross choking up just a hair trying to catch up with that Cingrani fastball.
And he takes ball 4 high, and the Cubs get the leadoff man on in inning number 10. 3rd walk given up by Reds pitching tonight. Addison Russell, who is their everyday shortstop, out of the lineup tonight. Pinch hits. Last night, he was the only regular that did not have a hit. He was 0 for 5. As a pinch hitter this year, he's 1 for 1. Hector Rondon, 1 run, 2 hits, 1 in the 3rd innings worth of work. Blown save number 3. Votto going to go to second. They get an out.
Good play by Joey Votto. He had made his mind up as he came in to field that baseball that he was going to second base, knowing that the catcher was running, which really startles me that Joe Madden has not gone to the bench to get a pinch runner. Votto gets it. Not a bad bunt, but just not good enough.
Well, he did have one of the other catchers he has in there, in Wilson Contreras, but he was taken out of the lineup for defensive purposes. They also have Miguel Montero, who caught last night.
word is out on Cingrani's move.
Yeah, these guys not getting much lead at all over there.
Couldn't get a piece of dental floss into that lead that David Ross had.
Zobrist's one hit, a home run, lifetime against Cingrani. 2 for 4 tonight. To the right side. Zobrist out. Russell now at second and in scoring position. Jason Hayward has the opportunity for the Cubs. Hayward, a .234 hitter with runners in scoring position. Tonight he had a tough time against the lefty starter Lamb. He struck out 3 times against him. Popped up to the shortstop in the 8th. That was against Iglesias. Spins him around. Ball 1. Reds in their half of the 10th will have Cabrera, a pinch hitter for Cingrani, and the top of the order in Kozar. Question is, what will the score be of this game at that time? Way high, 2-0.
Some strikes now.
Peek into that on deck circle. Danger lurks, that's for sure. Chris Bryant waits on deck. And a 4-pitch walk issued to Hayward by Cingrani.
No real harm there except the fact you lost a left-handed hitter in Hayward and you bring up last night's hero in Chris Bryant.
Mark Riggins on the phone down there in the Reds dugout. It's Josh Smith throwing in the bullpen. Bryant 2 for 6 lifetime against Bryant. Here comes Brian Price. He's going to make a double switch. You didn't figure that Cingrani was going to face Bryant, and indeed he will not. Reds will bring in the right-hander Josh Smith here to face Chris Bryant in the top of the 10th inning. They'll also make another switch as Ivan DeJesus Jr. comes out of the dugout. He'll take over, it appears, at third base. So leaving is Eugenio Suarez. So pitching change here at Great American Ballpark. birds. He walked 2, both of them here in the 10th inning, and he didn't figure he would face Chris Bryant, and indeed he will not. He exits, and Josh Smith, who has done a nice job out of the Reds' pen this year, comes on.
He really has, but boy, just consider how far Josh Smith has come along since being recalled by the Reds. He came up and pitched his first game May the 24th. Mostly in mop-up, spot action, and here he is with the game on the line. I think what Brian Price is looking for in this matchup with Josh Smith and Chris Bryant is that little slider that Smith throws. He's been very adept at putting it down and away to right-handers. And if he can hit his spot, he's got a chance to get Bryant out, no problem. But just don't make a mistake. There it is. And boy, was that a good looking pitch. How do you lay off of that?
Popped him up this time and playable. Cabrera makes the catch. Nice job, Ramon Cabrera. Excellent work, Josh Smith, to get the dangerous Chris Bryant in the top of the 10th. Bryce Harper, Mike Trout, all the baseball superstars will come together for the primetime event that'll light up the summer. The MLB All-Star Game from San Diego, coming up on July the 12th, only on Fox. A lot of debate as to who will represent the Reds in that game out at Petco Park. Will it be Jay Bruce? Will it be Adam Duvall? Will it be Zach Cozart? Combination of those? Somebody else? Justin Grimm, the new pitcher into the game for the Cubs.
He's a right-hander. He has not had a record so far this year, although he's been in 35 games. Reds have seen Grimm a lot over the years. Well, what a job by Josh Smith coming into a very tight situation. You know, his stock really rose, skyrocketed actually, when he pitched that extra inning game down in Houston. Reds were down to their last pitcher. Even though the Reds ended up taking the loss in that game, Smith did a terrific job. And I think ever since then, Brian Price is asking himself, you know, I wonder if I give him an opportunity to come in a tight ball game, he can deliver for me. And so far he has.
Yeah, that game down in Houston, he was forced to go a little bit more than he normally would have. That's when Alfredo Simon was unavailable. Cabrera tonight 0 for 3. This has been nowhere near the year for Justin Grimm that he put together a year ago for the Cubs. 1.99 last year in 62 games. This year a 6.08.
sometimes as a short reliever that only logs an inning at a time, Justin Grimm actually has pitched a lot of games in which he's pitched fewer than 1 inning. But it gets blown up by 1 or 2 bad performances. He had one just a few weeks ago against the St. Louis Cardinals where he gave up 4 runs in a third of an inning, and that'll blow your earning up in a big time if you only have 26 innings to your name.
Ivan DeJesus Jr., who came on as part of the double switch, took over at third. He is on deck and batting in the 9 spot. He dropped a couple of breaking balls in there, did Grimm. Cabrera took them both. Back to the dugout he goes.
Now this is the curveball variety breaking ball right there. Cabrera may have thought that pitch was high. I think it just fooled him.
1 out for DeJesus. Batting for the first time tonight. He's at 207 on the year. 1 for 8 as a pinch hitter. This technically is not a pinch hit appearance. He did play defense first. He did appear in the game last night, however, as a pinch hitter, hit into a force play. Cozart on deck. Trying to beat the Cubs for only the 2nd time this year. 1-7 against them going into action tonight. Fought back from a 2-0 deficit. Tied it in the bottom of the 9th. Trying to win it here in the bottom of the 10th. Another strike 3 call. First to Cabrera, now to DeJesus. Take a look at this one. Box track says it missed. Mike Winter says it didn't.
You know, I'm really not sure what the ratio is of the distance you see on the Fox Tracks ball away from the strike zone versus in real life away from the strike zone. You ask yourself, you know, is it too close to take?
Good point. Cozart tonight 0 for 3 with a walk. He's now 1 for his last 21. Wouldn't this be a good spot for him to come through with a big hit? Votto on deck. Well, he has used that breaking ball to his advantage tonight.
Well, he throws it with full effort, and they call it a slider on the scoreboard here, but they presumably get that from the pitch FX. But it's just a very hard curveball. Looks like a fastball coming out of his hand.
Center fielder on that broken bat fly ball handles it. Reds go in order in the 10th. They've gone in order 5 times in this game tonight. Second extra frame of the night. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. 2-6-1 Cubbies, 2-5-0 Reds. A dozen left on between the two teams. Reds had a great chance in the bottom of the 9th. They get the hit by Suarez to tie it. With the winning run and Bruce out at second base. Hamilton, who had success against Rondon, got jammed, popped it up. Well, here we are now in the 11th. Josh Smith, a great job to get Chris Bryant with 2 runners on. Goes back to the mound. He gets Anthony Rizzo. Then Almora will bat for the first time. And Javier Baez. Rizzo had a hit back in the 6th.
Now Rizzo is thinking one thing and one thing only. Getting that sweet part of the bat on a Josh Smith offering and driving it into the moon deck.
As Cowboy would say, lift and separate.
It's a good way of putting it. I'd hate to see him do it. That's why Smith's trying to keep the ball inside on him right here. You notice that he missed 2 balls in a row, both of them down and in. Coming in there one more time and off the plate. Rizzo's got power to leave this yard anywhere.
Rizzo has the last Cubs hit. That was a single in the 6th inning. They've been stuck on 6 since that time. That was the base hit right before the Contreras double play ball, turned nicely by Phillips and Cozart and Votto. There is ball 4 on 5 pitches, and the go-ahead run on. That's 3 walks given to the Cubs in extra innings. 5th of the night by Reds pitching. Albert Almora due up. Chris Coughlin comes out of the dugout. So Almora came in for defensive purposes, does not get the bat. Coughlin bats for him.
Which may give you an indication that Joe Matt is not thinking about a bunt right here.
Bartlett started last night's game in right field, went 1 for 4, struck out 3 times. Recently came back to this team from Oakland, where he was traded in the offseason, and back here about 3 weeks. Overall, he's hitting .219. Actually, with the Cubs, he's hitting .219. With Oakland, he hit only .146. Votto, good short hop pick, out at second, safe at first. That's a nice play though by Votto. They get the lead runner out at second.
Well, the other thing Votto could have done is he could have come back and stepped on the bag, but there was no guarantee at that point that he would be able to retire Rizzo at second base. So you take the short out, the advance runner, Coghlan. Speed is part of his game. He runs well.
Javier Baez 0 for 4 tonight. Now a double play gets the Reds through this inning. And that big wind up and swing by Baez. He didn't get it. One by Javier Baez. Well, he had him swinging all over the place right there.
That's just a young player that's trying to be a hero by thinking he's going to hit a ball out of the ballpark, and a little smarter move by Josh Smith right there, never really giving him a pitch that he can put the bat on.
So he gets his first strikeout. Now deals with Matt Caesar. 1 for 4 tonight.
Smith not an especially hard thrower, but he's got a lot of movement for a right-handed pitcher. Ball seems to run all over the place.
Phillips to his left, spins and got him at first. Nice play, Phillips. Good work, Josh Smith. Reds will have Votto to lead it off, then Phillips, then Bruce in the bottom of the 11th. Take a look back at the bottom of the 9th inning. Reds down 2-1 in the frame. Phillips hit by a pitch with 1 out. Bruce moves him along with a solid single into right field. Duvall struck out, and then Suarez, the first pitch he saw, rips it into left field. Look at this slide by Phillips away from the tag of Ross. Suarez elated over there at first base. Reds tie the game 2-2. Had a chance with Hamilton at the plate in the bottom of the 9th to win it. He popped up. Cubs have threatened in both the 10th and the 11th, but failed, and now the Reds get a chance in the bottom half. Chris Coughlin will stay in the game and play left field. He pinch hit for Almora. Matt Caesar, who started the game in center and moved to left, back in center field now. And the new pitcher, tall, thin drink of water, Carl Edwards.
And he is the Chicago Cubs version of Tom Hall, the Blade. If you're old enough, you remember the Blade pitching for the Reds way back when, although I remember Tom Hall being left-handed. Carl Edwards Jr., a 48th round draft pick for the Texas Rangers in 2011, takes the mound here. 6'3", 170. They don't make them like that much anymore.
Came over here to the Cubs in a trade with the Rangers that occurred near the trading deadline 3 years ago. Justin Grimm was in that deal. Matt Garza was in that deal. Votto to left to right center field, but tracked by Hayward. Joey's the first out of the bottom of the 11th. Here's Phillips. He scored the tying run in the bottom of the 9th. Tonight on his birthday, 1 out of 3.
Swinging for the downs right there. Boy, Edwards got a pretty good arm. That last pitch at 97. Nicknamed the String Bean Slinger.
He's only appeared in 2 games for the Cubs this year. AAA Iowa in 24 games. He had an ERA of 4.26 out of the I-Cubs bullpen, but with 35 strikeouts and 25 1/3 innings. The String Bean Slinger. You could come up with a name like that.
If it wasn't so cumbersome to say, it would be catchy.
Say it 5 times and it'll roll off your tongue. I don't know that I could do that though.
I said it very slowly, unlike the way Edwards throws. I mean, he's just firing it on up there, isn't he?
48th round pick. I mean, there are 50 rounds in the draft, right?
Well,
now there's only 40, right?
Some years they don't draft that many rounds. You're right.
48th round pick. Here he is in the big leagues 5 years later. Gets Phillips. Brandon strikes out for the first time tonight. Now the Reds will ask Jay Bruce to do something about ending this game in the bottom of the 11th. Tonight has a hit. He's 1 for 4. Big hit in the 9th inning. Now he finds himself in the hole, 2 strikes. Ball got away. Ross missed him. They get the out at first base. So the Reds go down in order for the 2nd straight extra inning, and will play on into the 12th. Out here in inning number 12. He's worked an inning and a third in this game. It was only, let's see, today's the 28th. It was only 10 days ago where he worked that 3 1/3 innings down in Houston in that 11-inning game, which the Reds ultimately lost 5-4. Here he'll get the bottom of the order. Ross out of the 8th spot, pitcher spot. They have a pinch hitter, Miguel Montero, their lone man off the bench on deck. Then the top of the order. If Montero pinch hits, you got to believe that he's going to stay in the game. They'd be without a backup catcher. Nice short hop pick there by DeJesus. Ross is out, and he's 0 for 4. First out here in inning number 12. Now Montero will bat as the last player off the bench for the Cubs. So Edwards goes 1 inning with 2 strikeouts. Well, you try to think along a little bit with what may be going on in terms of Montero. If he stays in the game, what position would he play? If he doesn't, there must be somebody out there that the Cubs feel comfortable with who would potentially go behind the plate. Whether that be a Caesar or a Coughlin, who knows?
Well, you know, you see that happen from time to time where you use up your last catcher. A lot of managers don't like to do that, but at the same time, How many times have you seen it where that frontline catcher is injured when there's no one else available? I mean, maybe once a year in all of Major League Baseball, if that. I can't remember the last time I've seen it where you've had to put an emergency catcher behind the plate.
Well, you roll the dice, so that's for sure. Montero started last night, was 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly, and on the year he comes into this game hitting .195 with 4 home runs.
That was always one of the conundrums when you had Brian Pena as your backup catcher, because he was one of the best pinch hitters off the bench, and the temptation to use him as a pinch hitter if he was your only backup catcher was there all the time. But he's more valuable as a pinch hitter anyway.
Toward the middle, but cheating that way, Cozart.
Nice play.
And he throws him out. So lookup tells us that Miguel Montero has never played any other position in the big leagues other than catcher, nor has David Ross. That would lead you to believe that Joe Maddon is indeed going to roll the dice here. He's now out of players off his bench. The only people that are available are pitchers. Here's Ben Zobrist. Homer started the game, double in the third. Since then, he struck out, and grounded out. Trevor Cahill now starts to throw in the Chicago bullpen. He will pitch in the bottom of the 12th. Josh Smith hangs a 0 here. He will have turned in 2 1/3 innings of shutout relief and really solidifying himself down in that Reds bullpen. Actually, the Reds bullpen tonight has done very good work. Iglesias 2 innings, no runs, no hits. Tony Cingrani, although he did walk 2, 1 2/3, no runs, no hits. Josh Smith hasn't allowed a run or a hit. Again, the Cubs haven't had a hit since Rizzo singled in the 6th inning. Phillips, Smith, nice play. Votto ranged to his right, took himself out of that play. Josh Smith got over there to cover. 2 1/3 innings of nice relief work by Josh Smith. Cubs, we wondered what would happen with Miguel Montero. He has actually gone behind the plate for Chicago. David Ross, who has caught 11 innings of this game, is out. So either way you slice it, the Cubs do not have any players up off their bench and do not have a backup catcher right now for Miguel Montero. And his new battery mate, right-hander Trevor Cahill, worked 2/3 of an inning in this game here last night. .276 ERA this year for Trevor Cahill. He becomes the 4th reliever, 5th pitcher of the night for Chicago. Duvall leads it off. Cahill came into the game last night, gave up a big RBI double to Barnhart in the bottom of the 6th inning. Foul ball.
Cahill now entirely in the bullpen for the Cubs. He was primarily a starter when he first came on the scene as a professional pitcher and then in the major leagues where he broke in with the Athletics. In fact, the Reds saw him for a couple of years back-to-back 2012 and 13 when he was a starter for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
No scoring in this game since the Reds tied it with a run in the bottom of the 9th. Nothing for the Cubs since they produced a run in the 5th. Now 3 balls and a strike when they're going away from putting the winning run aboard. Throws him there, and back to the dugout goes Adam Duvall. Now Tucker Barnhart going to come off the bench and bat for Josh Smith. Tucker started the game last night, went 1 for 3. And it was his double against this guy Cahill that produced a run. On the year, Barnhart at .249 with 2 homers. He's driven in a dozen. 0 for 4 off the bench as a pinch hitter.
Well, Cahill coming in just pumping strikes tonight with that breaking ball of his. Goes a slider, a knuckle curve, and a 95-mile-an-hour sinker. And a changeup that we just saw.
Barnhart out on strikes, out in front of that pitch. Ball was dropped. Tucker didn't run to first, and Montero simply went over and put the tag on.
He really didn't even need to do that. Montero did, because in major league rules, once you leave the batting area there, that dirt circle that is around home plate, umpire will call you out for abandonment.
So here's Billy Hamilton. It's his home run that got the Reds on the board back in the 8th inning, and it was his at bat in the bottom of the 9th. That had he come up with something, would have been a game winner. Well, the pure joy of Suarez when he got the hit to tie the game, and then the major disappointment by Billy Hamilton when he didn't. Baez throws low, but that's That's a heck of a scoop by Anthony Rizzo, and the Reds, for the third consecutive extra inning, go in order. To the 13th we go here in Cincinnati. Going on in that Reds dugout. Jose Peraza, unbeknownst to him, a little addition to his Reds cap. Of course, you can't see it now, but there you go. And Alfredo Simon there on his left. Was that Suarez on his right? In the middle, Jose Peraza.
See, now even Billy Hatcher has seen that trick at least 100 times, but still gets a kick out of it. Uh-oh.
He wants to know who to blame. It's probably Simon. He's playing it cool on there. Hayward leads off in the 13th. New pitcher on for the Reds is Blake Wood. Wood appears for the 35th time, a 3.47 ERA. Appeared here in last night's game, 1 inning. Allowed an unearned run, 2 hits. He worked the 9th inning last night. Did not face Hayward. DeJesus on the big hop will throw Hayward out. So Jason Hayward tonight is 0 for 5. That's the first out in the 13th. Cubs threatened in the 10th inning. Had 2 on with 2 out when Josh Smith came on. Retired Chris Bryant on a foul caught by the catcher. Leadoff walk in the 11th. Could not move him along. Went down in order in the 12th, and now the leadoff man out here. Talked a lot about the fact that Montero was the last player that the Cubs had on their bench. Tucker Barnhart came up there to pinch hit in the 12th. He represented the last player that Brian Price had on his bench, minus pitchers. Got that shin guard on to protect that ankle, but that still hurt. That looked like it hit below that. Bryant tonight 0 for 3. After his big night here last night. Anthony Rizzo on deck.
Oh. Wood thought he had it high enough. Our Fox tracks, calls it a strike.
Now a full count from 1-2. He just missed on that pitch. Now Bryant will get a look at a 3-2. Nice work there by Blake Wood to get the strikeout of Bryant.
Makes Bryant 0 for 4 with a couple of walks. Nice little slider after seeing those fastballs, and Bryant just chases them. Looks like a different hitter when you put the ball down and away.
Now it's Rizzo. That strikeout, the 13th by Reds pitching in this game, that equals the season high. Rizzo tonight has a hit. He's 1 for 4. And again, he had the last Cubs hit that came in the 6th inning, a single against John Lamb. Both starters threw very well tonight. 2 runs, 6 hits, 6 innings for Lamb with 7 strikeouts and only 1 walk. John Lester was on top of his game tonight. 1 run, 3 hits, and 7 2/3. A walk and 4 strikeouts. Touched up for a run when Billy Hamilton took him deep with 1 out in the 8th. Cubs led at the time 2-0. Rizzo going to hustle on to second base. Brewster's throw is late. The ball was hard hit, but right at Votto, and it skipped right by him. It tipped his glove. And the Cubs, with 2 men out, now have the runner in scoring position out at second base on an E3. I mean, that was right at him.
Well, he let the ball play him. You see him back up on that ball and then try to sidestep it and get his glove up there. The old A action did not work. But credit Rizzo for never stopping. I mean, he busted it right from home to first. And then when he saw it go out there in no man's land, he's heading into second base.
And now Chris Coughlin, who's had just 1 at bat tonight, get into a force play in the 11th, bats in the 13th with the go-ahead run at second base. 2-base error on Votto puts Rizzo out there in scoring position. He went around. 2 strikes. Blake Wood trying to make it 7 innings of shutout relief by the Reds bullpen here tonight. At 6 2/3, it's already a season high. Grounded out by Hayward, strikeout by Bryant. 2-base error by Votto allowed Rizzo to get to second. Coughlin up there now. And he pops him up. DeJesus. Inning over. 9th man left by the Cubs in this game. They still don't have a hit since the 6th. Up come the Reds. Retired the side in order in the bottom of the 12th inning. Cubs put a runner on with 2 out in the 13th. They strand their 9th, and now let's see if the Redlegs can come up with something here in the bottom of the 13th. Ramon Cabrera will lead it off, then DeJesus, then the top of the order and Cozart. Cahill 2/3 of an inning last night. He allowed 2 hits. Cabrera against Grimm took a called 3rd strike his last time. That was in the 10th. Belts one here to center, but handled by Matt Caesar. 1 pitch, 1 out, bottom of the 13th. So it's up to DeJesus. Lines one into right, and the Reds have the winning run aboard with 1 out here in the bottom of the 13th. That marks their first base runner in extra innings tonight. DeJesus comes up with a hit. Now the idea is to get him around.
Well, he really decided to go to right field, didn't he? He looked like he came up there thinking, I'm going to take that ball the other way. He does, gets a base hit. Can stay out of a double play ball. They'll get Votto to the plate one more time here, this time with somebody on base. Votto hit a couple out of the yard last night.
Joey Votto waiting on deck. Cozart this tonight in 4. He's now 1 for his last 22. So this would be a perfect spot to him to get out of that slump he's in. He does. Hard hit into left. Hit for Cozart. And now the winning run is in scoring position. The back-to-back singles by DeJesus and Cozart put this thing on the shoulders of Joey Votto.
Cozart gets a ball in the inner part of the plate. He's been struggling on those pitches away. And he gets a hit for the first time tonight, and something serious cooking for the Reds. And Joe Maddon is going to come out and show Mike Winter his scorecard and say, hey, I think we're going to make a little double switch right here.
The problem is he has nobody on the bench minus pitchers.
Well, he does have Travis Wood,
who can bat potentially for him,
and he can play just about anywhere as well.
So he goes to the home plate umpire and now goes to the mound. They're going to put, that is Travis Wood, jogging out toward left field in place of Chris Coghlan. And a new pitcher coming on.
Joel Peralta.
Joel Peralta.
Right?
Yeah, you're right. So Peralta will pitch. Travis Wood, the former Red, goes to left field. We'll sort it out and tell you about it when we come back. Travis Wood, a relief pitcher, goes to left field, replacing Chris Coghlan, and he's in the 8th spot in the batting order. New pitcher on, Joel Peralta. He appeared here last night. And he gets Votto base hit away from winning this game for the Reds. Joey tonight not been on base at all, 0 for 5.
Peralta has spent previously this season with the Seattle Mariners, pitching 26 games with them. You know, the move by Madden is interesting, but it's really based on, I guess, him just thinking ahead. The pitcher spot is 3rd up next inning for the Cubs if they're able to wiggle out of this jam. And rather than pinch hit at the time, he wants to make a double switch. That way he can keep Peralta in the game.
And remember, Travis Wood is a decent hitter for a pitcher. And you're out of options. Votto, line drive to the second baseman, and double up at second is DeJesus. Another inch or so, and the Reds win the game. Instead, it goes Zobrist on the out to Baez covering second. A double play, and we play on. In the bottom of the 13th with 2 on and 1 out. Votto hit the ball hard, but Zobrist caught it. Baez covered the bag. DeJesus running on contact, was doubled up. And so we go to the 14th inning. First 14-inning game for the Reds since late July of 2014 when they went 15 in a 2-1 loss here against Arizona. Back to the mound goes Blake Wood. They got Javier Baez, Matt Caesar, and then Travis Wood, who took over out in left field. Big swinging Baez, pops it up. Phillips out. Phillips has it. Into the hole, Kozar. Nice play by Zach, and quickly Caesar is thrown out. There are 2 men gone. 3 pitches, 2 out here in the 14th inning. And again, the Cubs still have not had a hit since the 6th. They're an out away from going 8 straight innings without a hit. Here's Travis Wood. This year, he's 0 for 4. Now, he's out of the bullpen these days, so he doesn't get many opportunities to hit. Career-wise, he has 49 hits, including 9 home runs. He had 3 home runs in 2013, hit 3 more the next year. He's a career 179 hitter. And Blake Wood has fallen behind 3-0. Miguel Montero, the catcher, batting in the 9th spot, is on deck. 3-1. Hit well, but caught by Duvall. And a second good inning worth of work for Blake Wood. How about that Red bullpen tonight? They have been stellar. Both sides of the ledger here tonight. 14-inning game, longest for the Reds, longest for the Cubs. Phillips will get up there. And it was, of course, Brandon that got things going in the bottom of the 9th inning with 1 man out. He was hit by a pitch. Reds trailed at the time 2-1. He's plunked by that pitch by Hector Rondon. Bruce moved him along with a base hit. And then 2 batters later, Eugenio Suarez boomed it in the left. Good slide here coming up by Brandon Phillips away from the tag of Ross. The game was tied 2-2. Joy for Eugenio Suarez and Freddie Benavides over there at first base. That was in the 9th. Now we're in the 14th. Couple of veterans right there. Miguel Montero, Brandon Phillips. I think I heard him say, "How we looking?"
Well, they just played the second 7th inning stretch, as you should do at the midway point between the top and the bottom of the 14th inning. Spencer Patton, right-hander, has been around a couple of different years in the major leagues. Most recently with the Texas Rangers last year. Cups of coffee type stuff, although he was in 27 games last year, 9 games a year before that.
He's out of Urbana, Illinois, and pitched collegiately at SIU Edwardsville in Edwardsville, Illinois.
So, can you now explain to me the move of Joe Madden by double switching in?
No, when he took
Travis Wood, but he didn't really need to.
Took Peralta out. You wonder why he did what he did.
Maybe just because he thought it would be fun.
He is that kind of guy.
Yes, he is. He's been known to do that. Sometimes genius works in mysterious ways.
Or maybe Peralta came in and said, "Hey, I don't think I can go out there and pitch another inning."
It would be a smart thing to do when they just picked you up a few days ago.
Brandon's birthday day, June the 28th. Still has about 40 minutes left. It'd be nice for him to be the hero here in the bottom of the 14th. So the Cubs now have just one pitcher, Pedro Strop, out of their bullpen still left. Reds still have Ohlendorf and Lorenzen and Hoover and Diaz. Ohlendorf, Lorenzen, and Diaz all pitched last night. J.J. Hoover last worked, and he was touched up big time by the Padres on Friday night. Phillips hanging in there. So 8 innings of no run, no hit baseball by the Reds bullpen tonight. Three and two. Gets it in the air to center. Matt Caesar is there. Phillips tonight has 1 hit, 5 at bats, and he's out to start the 14th.
You know what? I think we're going to find out right now after we show you this replay of the Brandon Phillips fly ball why Joe Madden made the move that he did, because he's going to go to left field and bring in Travis Wood to pitch to Jay Bruce. This is the old college, bringing somebody in here to pitch to him. And
now the problem with this, though, from Wood's standpoint, and you tell me, you were a pitcher, as he has not been throwing, not been warming up. He's been standing in left field. Now all of a sudden he'll come in and get 8 pitches, and he needs to be ready to go.
I didn't know he had an outfielder's glove and a pitcher's glove. That's what they delivered him to the mound right there. Well, I mean, he was throwing in between innings with the outfielder, and maybe he's just going to show that you don't need many pitches in the bullpen anyway. We'll see how this goes. Meanwhile, Patton will go into left field.
So Travis Wood comes on from left field to the mound to pitch. Well, here's the former Red Travis Wood, who was playing left field, comes in from left to pitch. He'll face Jay Bruce, one of the 3 batters he faced here in last night's game.
Well, he had enough throwing in the outfield between innings, and then he had his 8 pitches on the mound. Meanwhile, Patton goes into left field. He's hugging the warning track just in case Bruce wants to hit a long one. tell you, if nothing else, Joe Madden sure makes it interesting.
Bruce has 3 career home runs against his old teammate. Now he's down 1 ball, 2 strikes. Adam Duvall, a right-handed hitter, is on deck.
Now, this type of situation has happened before, and it's happened in Cincinnati. Happened back in July of 1986 when the Mets were in town. And the Mets alternated Jesse Orosco and Roger McDowell in a game against the Reds. Now, Joe Madden might have seen this happen. If he did, if he had a television working back in Midland, Texas, when he was managing in Double-A. That same year, 1986.
Patton is probably out there in left field saying, you know, if everything else being equal, I'd just as soon you hit the ball somewhere else. Although who knows, he may have been an outfielder at one time in his amateur career.
Probably caught a fly or 2 during batting practice.
Jay hits it on the ground to Rizzo with Wood covering. So bringing in Wood works against Jay Bruce on a 3-1 putout. Joe Madden signals Patton now to come on back in and take over on the mound. So the outfielder's glove back to Travis Wood. Back he'll go to left. Here comes the right-hander. Spencer Patton back into pitch.
Got to hand it to Joe Madden for thinking ahead. I mean, I had not gotten that far ahead in the strategy of this ball game. By far, he's a forward-thinking guy.
Always has been. You know, he was a long time bench coach with Mike Scioscia out in the Angels, with the Angels. Finally got his big league chance to manage with Tampa Bay. Took over a terrible team, terrible franchise, took him to the playoffs, took him to the World Series, and then opted out 2 years ago from his contract down there to come over and manage this Chicago team. Took him to the playoffs last year, in fact, to the National League Championship Series where they lost to the Mets. Looking for their 50th win tonight. 2-2, bottom of the 14th, 2 men out, nobody on. Duvall now against Spencer Patton. Cued it toward the right side. Zobrist will throw him out. And through all that, the Reds go down in order. So to the 15th we go at Great American Ballpark. Park, 2-2 the score. Reds and the Cubs. New pitcher on is J.J. Hoover. He becomes the 5th reliever and 6th pitcher of the night for the Redlegs. Montero leads it off.
How's your scorecard looking nowadays?
We are running out of space.
All right, so now when you make one of these scorecard books up at the beginning of the year, how many innings do you have just in case we go extra innings?
I have 14 spaces, and then I can add a little space on the end to add a 15th inning.
Okay, so we are on that.
We're on the extra space
column right now.
Yeah. So if we go further than that, turn a page, you tear one out, and you start over at number 1, and you have a whole clean slate. I'd prefer not to do that.
Well, you're very fastidious with your scorecard.
Story of the game, my friend.
Yeah.
Story of the game.
You have it all ready just in case a few years from now somebody said, what happened back there in that 15th inning?
I'll be able to look, and I'll be the only one who can look at this sheet and understand what it says.
The rest of us will be looking it up on our watches.
I'll be lugging around 10 books from 10 different years. Keeps the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, this has been a very good night of work for the Reds bullpen. Look what they've done now. Iglesias 2, Cingrani an inning and 2/3, Smith 2 1/3, Wood 2, no runs, no hits allowed. Longest stretch by them this season. Montero is 0 for 1. He grounded out in the 12th. Jay comes on. Bruce makes the catch. First out, 15th inning. Now, what about you? How many spaces do you have over there?
Well, I have a bigger card to start with. Mine is 11 by 17 in size, so I have space for notes that I've made columns for, so I can go a ways.
You went all the way as far as you could go to the right. Now you
I go all the way to the right, then I. Yeah.
Yeah, you could go. I don't even want to say it.
Yeah, there you don't.
A few more innings. Ben Zobrist, way back when, led off this game with a home run. Cubs led 1-0 after a half inning, 2-0 after 5, 2-0 after 7.5. 2-1 after 8. Reds tied it with a run at the bottom of the 9th. Had the winning run at second with 2 out. And nothing since then. And there's ball 4. Now there's Chris's scorecard. See, where were you now at the end? Way over there to the right.
This is where I am. This goes 11 and 12 here, and then I flip it back to the left side. I got 13, 14, and 15. So I've always got space for notes right here.
There's a lot of notes in there.
I had to erase those.
Oh, did you? Yeah, sure.
Get ready for this extra inning game. You know, I got provided some information about that game in 1986 where Jesse Orosco and Roger McDowell came in for the Mets. That was also the game. I was on the team, the Reds roster at that time, actually on the DL. I had knee surgery. But that was a game in which Eric Davis and Ray Knight fought at third base.
The umpire. Eric Davis. I'm sorry. Eric Davis.
Eric Davis, Eric the Red.
Yeah.
And Pete Rose, I think, I don't know if it was that time or not, but he protested the game because Jesse Orosco was given extra warm-up pitches after he came in from right field to pitch.
More than the 8.
Not more than the 8. I think Pete said he was already in the game. He doesn't deserve warm-up pitches. And the protest was eventually denied.
Smash by Votto. Heading around second and on his way to third is Zobrist. This is the first hit for the Cubs since the 6th inning. It comes off the bat of Hayward. Hit hard. Votto covering first, holding the runner. Dove to his right, couldn't get it.
Well, he hits it hard. Hoover gets it up. And right by Votto before he can get over there to get a glove on it.
That was within his glove range, though, wasn't it?
It
looked like it.
I don't think he had to fall down to try to get it, but ball goes into right field. Infield is playing in, and the outfield's got to come way in, too. They're playing way too deep right here. If you're going to decide to try to cut this run off, remember the Reds playing at home are going to get the last shot at it.
Joey committed an error back in the 13th, but the Reds were able to get out of that with a pop-up. Ground ball in the hole and into left by Chris Bryant. A base hit that will score Zobrist and give the Cubs a 3-2 lead here in the 15th. Bryant had been quiet all night. He'd been 0 for 4 with 2 walks. He gets RBI number 58 right here.
You know, it didn't look like a bad pitch at all by J.J. Hoover. Got it out there away from him. Bryant reached for it. And because of that drawn in infield, the angle wasn't there, and it goes right by Cozart.
So they get the leadoff man. Then a walk, then a hit, then a hit. Now it's Anthony Rizzo. The Reds will be forced to come up with something in the bottom of this inning as to how much still to be determined. Ryan Price to the mound now. Hayward stopped at second. Chris Bryant, who had the big night last night, is at first. He gets the hit. Now the manager of the Reds back to the dugout. Rizzo has reached his last 2 times. He walked in the 11th, reached on the error by Votto in the 13th, and now they will load him up to try to get a force out at the plate. With the pitcher spot, Patton due up. And the Cubs going to counter here with Jason Hamill, one of the starters, to pinch hit. So an intentional walk is issued here to Rizzo, sending Bryant down to second base, sending Hayward over to third, and Hamill will bat for Patton. Here in the 15th inning. Hamill this year, a .265 hitter. He has 9 hits, 2 doubles, 7 runs batted in. He can handle the bat a little bit. Hands away from that play with an open stance. Bases loaded, 1 out, a run in. Very late there. Now Pedro Strop is throwing in the Cubs bullpen. There's Pedro. Votto gets this ball, fires home, and they get it out. From his backside, he flips it home and threw it right to the catcher Cabrera, and they get it out. It's a heck of an athletic play right there.
Well, you're not kidding about that. He goes over, dives, and then from his backside, falling backwards, throws it on the money. Well, we've seen the best and worst.
Batter now is Javier Baez. Bases loaded, 2 out. A wild swing again by Baez and strike 1. He is 0 for 6 tonight. Reds in their 15th have Hoover's spot. We'll see a pinch hitter for him. Very well could be Michael Lorenzen. Then Hamilton, then Cabrera. Then DeJesus. And again, Pedro Strop is throwing in the bullpen. The Cubs closer, Hector Rondon, blew the save back in the 9th inning. Strop saved 3 games a year ago for Chicago, none this year. He would get a chance to save the game for Spencer Patton, who was the last Cubs pitcher to get an out. That was against Duvall in the bottom of the 14th. Oh boy, a drive to deep center field. And that is a grand slam. It's the 5th against the Reds this year, the 2nd by a Cub. And this is no longer a save situation for Pedro Strop. Now 7-2 Cubs. J.J. Hoover gives up his 6th career grand slam. The most in Reds history. Wow. Another blast to center field by Caesar, but this one will stay in the park. Billy Hamilton is there to get it, to retire the side. That's the first career grand slam for Javier Baez. out at left field. Continue for the Cubs. Pedro Strop, who was throwing in the bullpen, will go into left field. Reporting for duty, sir, Travis Wood, who retired Jay Bruce in the 14th from left field, came into pitch, went back out to left field, now back into pitch.
And the Reds can counter with their own multi-position athlete as they will send Michael Lorenzen to the plate. Well, this is the kind of game where you think that both teams head to the pony keg afterwards to enjoy a good old-fashioned root beer.
Michael Lorenzen bats. He in fact hit last night. He struck out career-wise. There he is at 243. Former center fielder at Cal State Fullerton. Billy Hamilton next. Ramon Cabrera after him. A 5 spot at the top of the 15th. A grand slam by Javier Baez. 7th home run of the year. First career grand slam. And Lorenzen is tardy on that, and he strikes out. Now it'll be Billy Hamilton. Moment you expect Joe Madden to pop out of the dugout again and bring Strop into play, to pitch rather, but he's staying put right now. Billy on 3 pitches is down on strikes. Ramon Cabrera keeps it going with a base hit into right center field. His first hit of the night in 6 at bats. That'll be Ivan DeJesus Jr. Boy, the Reds had the great chance in the bottom of the 9th, winning run out at second base. And then the opportunity in the 13th inning with 2 on and 1 out. Votto lined into a double play. This man DeJesus was off and running from second. He was doubled up. Cabrera takes off for second via defensive indifference. And then we're sitting there looking at this. Patton having pitched. Wood, Patton, now Wood again. Since Patton was the pitcher when the bottom of the 14th ended, would he be the winner?
I would presume so. That would probably be a question for Mike Cameron, the official scorer, who'll make that call. But I would imagine that's the way it works. And then
I wouldn't think this would be subjective since he was the last pitcher.
Yeah. Not subjective there.
Well, if it goes down that way, it'll be his first Cubs win and only his third big league win. J.J. Hoover on the line for the loss in this game. And boy, oh boy, J.J. Hoover in his last 2 outings been touched up for 10 runs, 6 hits in 2 innings. He had a 5 spot in 1 innings worth of work Friday against the Padres, and the same thing here tonight. To right field, Hayward, and the game is over. Just before midnight, the Cubs, who won last night 11-8, score 5 times in the top of the 15th inning here tonight, after the Reds had tied it with a run in the bottom of the 9th, and they win it by the final score of 7-2. So they will go for the sweep of this series here tomorrow with the 12:35 game. Post game comes up next from Great American Ballpark. In 15, the Cubs are winner.